knowing what he's doing, I have a bad feeling this is going to go national.
Just to let everybody know, we do have 2 workshops this evening. One at 5:30 to 6 and one from 6 o'clock to 6:50. Then we'll enter into the Board of Trustees regular meeting. Good evening, Trustee Rogan.
Good evening, Mayor Angelo.
Trustee Lowell, good evening.
Hey.
Trustee Caravas, good evening.
Hello, Mayor, and everybody else.
Trustee
Mayor?
Miller, good evening. Yes.
Trustee Miller's written that she is on the meeting, but just not on video until a bit later.
That's fine. Good evening, Counselor.
Good evening, Mayor.
We'll be starting the workshop as soon as we get a couple of more trustees on. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Good evening, Mayor.
Dolores, could you call Trustee Waugh and see whether he's going to be joining us for the workshop?
I sure will, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor, we did advertise that we wanted to start promptly since we have guests from DOLA here tonight.
Okay.
And our time is somewhat limited, so.
Let's do start then. Let's do start
Okay.
then.
Great.
Our first workshop's on the Main Street presentation.
Yes, and I see that Tracy Stoffel is here from DOLA. Will you do your own introduction or would you like us to do that, Tracy?
Oh, I'm happy to do it. And we also have
Okay.
Gail Langley here too. Gail, do you have your audio working?
I do. No more technical issues today.
Great. Thank you, ladies, for being here. We really appreciate you taking time in the evening to join us. We're excited to share information about the Colorado Main Street program with our Board of Trustees, 4 of which were elected in April. So we are needing that background and understanding what services you can offer us and how we can best meet the program goals as well. So thank you and welcome.
Well, thank you. My video is off and that's fine. We certainly wish we were there. When you take a look at your downtown, it's come a long way since the floods. And we commend all of your hard work from all of the trustees and your stakeholders and your businesses for bringing Lions back to life. So with that, we will do some quick introductions. My name is Gail Langley, and I've been at DOLA a little over 3.5 years. And my roots in the Main Street program go back to when I was the executive director of the Chamber in Granby, which also housed the Main Street program and the Visitor Center. So I have a deep-rooted passion and appreciation for what our local communities do to support their local businesses, to get the community rallying around, visioning where you are today and where you want to go. So with that, I'll let Tracy introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Tracy Stoffel. I'm the Main Street Specialist here at DOLA. I've been here for about 1.5 years now. Prior to this, I actually spent 13 years with the Colorado Municipal League. And before that, I spent 5 years with Colorado Preservation Incorporated, which is the statewide historic preservation organization. So what I've kind of been saying is for a couple of decades now, I've been kind of on the edges of the Main Street movement. I'm very excited to be working more directly both with the program and with our communities that are doing such a great job just bringing more life to their downtowns.
And Larry Lucas, who was our Main Street architect that has met with a few folks up in Lyons, has been with the program for about 2 years. His position is funded in part through the State Historic Fund, and we are, it's absolutely thrilled to have an architect on staff with this team of 3 to support our community's vision for restoring their, keeping their historic downtown, preserving your legacy, your stories, and your buildings. So with that, we're going to move through this kind of quick, and maybe I hope we have a few minutes at the end to entertain questions. So next slide.
Okay, so just a little bit about Main Street and the Main Street approach. This is a national movement. It's been around since, I believe, 1980. Within DOLA, we are the statewide coordinating program. There are 21 official communities that we work with, Lyons being one of them. And then 30 affiliates, which are just kind of people who are interested in the program but don't necessarily get to take advantage of some of the benefits that we'll be talking about. It really is an approach that is about community-led downtown revitalization, trying to ensure that you get the development, but you get the development that you want. It's based on 4 pillars, which is organization, making sure that you get the right people in the room, design, that gorgeous downtown and setting that you have in Lyons is just kind of the ideal Main Street community. Promotion, getting people into your downtown, events, social media, marketing campaigns, which basically all leads to what's kind of most important, which is that economic vitality, making sure that your small businesses succeed.
So one of the things we thought that would be a benefit here is for the benefit of the trustees here and everyone on the call, is to talk a little bit about our services and our benefit. As being part of the Main Street community at a candidate level, you guys have got awarded $2,500 per year to do some kind of project in downtown in order to make a visible difference, and that is implementation money. And I'll talk about the 5-year contract on the next slide. You also have been awarded $2,200 per year for scholarship funds, and that is because in our MOU with Lyons, there's 2 trainings that are required from our Main Street manager and or board members. One is to attend the fall annual Main Street Manager Summit that was just done in November virtually, and then to also attend the National Now Conference, which again is going to be done virtually in the spring. Because we don't want to place a financial burden on our communities, we provide the funding in order to be able to attend those 2 things. With any additional money that's left in those particular grants, the community can use that for training and education of their manager or their board members. And then, of course, what you get with the program by being a stellar community is you get our consultant services as part of this package. And this is where we work with the community. If you have a specific scope of work that you want to do that aligns with your work plan in the town, and maybe some of your collaborating groups like your arts community, We will craft a scope of work. We will send it out on the street. We will work with you to pick a contractor to do that work, and hopefully the deliverables will be something that you really value and you want to use into the future. And then you also get technical assistance, training, and webinars. We do those at least once a month. We have weekly and monthly communications that go out that talk a lot about the COVID relief funding and what to get plugged into. Pardon me? Oh, I thought somebody asked a question. I'm sorry, my phone heard something else. And then we also put together resources for our communities. Larry has been working on a design guidebook, which we hope to have published here before our fiscal year, which ends June 30th, 2021, in order to help people with design guidelines for preserving their downtown. And then last, by being part of a national network, there's over 2,000 communities involved in this from all around the United States, both urban and rural. But we like to say something like replicate and duplicate, because if some community is facing a particular issue on some front, you put it out on the listserv and you have that peer exchange knowledge that helps you actually capitalize on successes and how people overcame some challenges, or share resources on how to move the dial in your community. Next slide.
Sorry.
All right. So I want to just dive in just for a minute on the 20 to 25 mini grants and scholarships. Tracy, why don't I let you handle that one for a couple of minutes since you're managing that particular piece?
Sure. We won't necessarily go into great detail. You can see some of the things that we funded in the past couple of years and the architectural assistance that you've received. Those were all based on our annual program that we've had up until just this past year. Last December, the Department of Local Affairs, so pre-COVID, which is really awesome, saw the value of the program, saw what was happening in our communities, and decided to make a 5-year investment, which equates to about $1 million across all of our communities across the state to ensure that they get their mini grant and scholarship funding for the next 5 years. Some of the cool things that means is, well, with the scholarships is kind of an easy example. That was a year-by-year award. If it wasn't used by the end of the fiscal year, it was gone. Usually wasn't a problem. It costs a bit to travel both across the state and across the nation for those trainings. But this year, that training, as Gail mentioned, is virtual. And so rather than losing that money on June 30th of next year, you'll be able to roll it over for future years, because sometimes it can get kind of expensive. Next year's national conference was supposed to be in Boston. That's probably a difficult place to get to and stay at for $2,200, let alone the statewide training that we require. So there'll be a little bit of a cushion, and it's also open to additional trainings with some of our partner organizations, anything that relates to any of those 4 points. For example, Colorado Preservation Inc. Saving Places Conference, or some of the events by Downtown Colorado Inc. On economic development. And then with the mini grants, what that means is it's a bit less paperwork, both for you and for the state, to move forward with different projects. The 5 years is all there right now, doesn't expire until June 30th, 2025. You're able to tap into up to 5 years worth of funding for a single project.
3.
And then, oh, sorry, 3 years. Sorry, thank you, Gail. Up to 3 years for a single project. So for Lions right now, that would be $7,500. So you can make a little bit bigger of an impact, which is particularly helpful as we're moving through and hopefully moving past the pandemic and what that's doing. But it also makes it a little bit easier to tap into for some of those smaller projects, and you don't have to worry about spending all of it in a single year, which can be a challenging thing with having such short seasons for our infrastructure projects here in Colorado.
Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, that was a real monumental commitment that was made from the impact money that DOLA has to commit to this program long term. And then on the balance of the slide is just for the last 2 years a representation of what you have taken advantage of for your mini grants. You've done some great wayfinding signs, your bicycle fix-it stations. The one I want to point out was the pickaxe work that was done, and you can see the Lions vibe logo here, that was all developed through the Main Street program through one of our projects that has been ongoing for the last 3 years, and we're going to continue to support Lions, which I'll get to in a minute, with some other opportunities to use that money to move the dial. So I don't need to read these. I hope you're familiar with the market opportunity assessment that had been done back in 2019. It was a very extensive leakage analysis that was done. And then we hired a consultant last year, per your request, to come in and do a business recruitment plan. That was a smaller contract, but I think it led to some indicating some opportunities, which led to maybe you guys is taking a look at your revolving loan fund as being an opportunity to help small businesses. So let's go to the next slide.
So part of, I mentioned the 4-point approach, but part of that now also is transformational strategies and kind of looking at the broader scope that bridges across those 4 points within the Main Street approach and what you're hoping to accomplish. And one that's been established by your Lions Main Street Board is to promote Lions as a unique artist demographic and public art. And we actually just met with your Main Street Board and staff and discussed the wonderful work that you did, celebrated your accomplishments, and talked about some of your goals. And so these are some of the great things that you've done. In addition to assisting your businesses through the pandemic, you've made some good progress on your longer term goals as well. Working with your strong local arts commission, you have a liaison to that board on your Main Street Board. Again, no real need to probably get into these. You can read, and I think you got this all in your packet, but they established some of the goals too. Creative ways to activate those empty storefronts, further work with the Arts Commission. And then at the bottom of each of these screens, you'll see where we kind of brainstorm some of the ways that DOLA can help you achieve these goals, because that is what we're here for, is to help communities get to where they want to be.
Absolutely, Tracy. Thank you. A couple of the things that came out during that discussion, just real quickly, is potentially using our professional facilitation contract that is in place at DOLA to take a look at 2021 work plans between the arts and Main Street and come up with a shared collaborative common vision, and quite often dissecting something and offering to figure out who's going to be doing what in order to build that collaboration. And you have such a dream team up there right now with the folks that are actively involved in this. And then another area where you might be able to use some of your scholarship money, and I'm going to follow up on this with Brianna and Kim a little bit later, since everything has been held virtually. Activating empty storefronts came up quite obviously as something that you guys could use. There could either be a way for us as staff to work with Main Street and Lions to help you have some creative ideas of how to do that. I've seen a plethora of information after our conversation on so many things out there that you can do for $500 up to $5,000, as well as being able to maybe pull in a consultant or use your scholarship money to bring someone in that specializes in that to help you take a specific look for the empty storefronts that are on Main Street.
So another one of those broader term goals is strengthening community partners to support local businesses. This is just really where Main Street organizations are incredible, is just forming those key partnerships and relationships to move things forward within a community. You've got a great chamber and a great partnership with that chamber, and I think that shows a lot in your COVID response. You can see a bit here in terms of the goals, and while it's not within the Main Street, that development of that eastern corridor to accommodate business expansion, that certainly helps with your Main Street. And again, by doing the development and thinking about your economics as a whole, it doesn't have to be at the expense of your historic downtown to add additional businesses. We've talked a lot about focusing on your outdoor recreation industry and ways that DOLA can assist with that, as well as just that basic shopping local, shopping small. And again, you can see some of these areas where DOLA can help, and I will let Gail explore those a little bit further.
Well, right now we are under, we have a contract in place that helped develop the Vibe logo. And Ayers and Associates is working with Kim and Brianna on developing an economic indicator dashboard. I don't know if any of you saw what Estes put out, but we are going ahead and moving forward with that in terms of defining what you need for templates in order to be able to message the value of what not only Main Street is, but who the Vibe is, and the impact that obviously events haven't happened as much with sales tax, but some of those other economic indicators that you guys can message positively to your community. And another one I have to throw out here for this is I want to strongly recommend that Lions and or Main Street go after the CDOT Revitalized Main Street opportunity that's out there. There is still $1 million left in that fund. It's up to $50,000 for implementation money. And lately, a lot of people went after parklets and outdoor seating over the summer and fall months, but now communities are shifting gears and they're going for tents, lights, heaters, platforms in order to expand that outdoor season to support your local businesses at a community level. I sit on the selection committee. I've worked with numerous communities to help them with their application. I offer that to you guys to say there's money that is sitting there and it needs to be, taken advantage of. And I would love to see Lions tap into that $50,000. It can't solve all problems, but it can help support your downtown businesses. And then just one other thing that we can do to help along the same lines for the Eastern Corridor, if it would be helpful, we can also maybe do some conceptual drawings, if that would be something with some cost estimates or whatever, to help actually take a look at what that could look like. And our services range all over the board. I guess what I'm saying is have Main Street contact Tracy, myself, Larry. Let us work with you on a particular need. And if at all possible, we will make that happen. And then last, another way we can help you, and this one was kind of something we didn't talk about in a lot of detail with Brianna and Kim and the board, was if you needed to do some brand development for your outdoor recreation, I can also tap into a contract I have in place, which is the Pickaxe, where your logo came from, in order to help you put together a brand for that. We have on call through that contract a national expert that has been to Colorado and worked with Main Street for 3 years. He is absolutely incredible, and I offer that service to both the town and Main Street and your community if that would be something that would be of value.
Okay, and then I think this might be your final overarching strategy is the reassessment and rewriting of revolving loan fund requirements. This is certainly a huge success. I know this happened early on in the year, and it ended up being of tremendous benefit during the early parts of the pandemic for your businesses. While DOLA didn't have a direct hand in this, that consultant that we brought in for the business recruitment and retention study is a lot of conversations. I actually got to sit in on those meetings back when we could attend meetings in person. And some of those conversations started, and your staff and board really ran with this and made it happen and made it once again a viable resource for your businesses. So just really congratulations on getting that done.
Absolutely. And I will throw out one more thing along the lines is I'm sure you're all familiar with the special legislative session that occurred last week. 10 bills were passed. You're going to start to see those be rolled out by the end of the week. There's ones to support small minority businesses. There are ones on the arts program that I'm sure the Arts Council will be really interested in. And then DOLA is taking over the administration of $37 million of that in order for small business relief funding. And we're working diligently on getting that out. It's going to be announced Thursday or Friday. So stay tuned as we do this at extremely lightning speed, because right now it is really important for us to keep our small businesses alive throughout this terrible tragedy of the pandemic. We went through that pretty quick. Keep going,
We
Tracy.
did. This is just where we had the opportunity for some other thoughts and challenges and successes. We know that there's a lot of discussion about your historic preservation and potentially establishing a certified local government, further partnerships with the Colorado Tourism Office and marketing matching grants, Adventure Lodges to reopen, so congratulations on that. And we know that you're looking at, and I believe it's even on the agenda tonight, what more lodging might look like to leverage the outdoor and wedding industries. This is where, we also want to just kind of re-emphasize some of our specific technical assistance from Larry, our Main Street architect, whom we've mentioned before, and that heritage energy. And you all do have the dream team, both in the positions and the people who fill the positions. That you have a Main Street specialist, a sustainability person, a preservation specialist. I mean, that's an ideal combination to really make a historic downtown sustainable. And hopefully we'll be able to work with you a little bit more closely moving forward in the future here.
So steps towards designated level. The one thing that we didn't bring up when we were talking about this is as you move up in the 3 tiers of the program, your financial benefits also increase. The mini grants go from $2,500 to $5,000 per year at the middle tier, which is called designated. So there's only about 2 things here that we are working with Brianna, Kim, and the board on in order for you to be able to cross that next threshold. The one that I'm going to address is the website for the program. Right now for Steamboat Springs, they are a graduate top tier. We are doing an RFP for them to redo their entire website, and that's going out in about a week. And if this is a need that your Main Street board decides that they want to do, I would love to support them on that. And then Tracy, I think you were going to mention volunteers.
Yeah, and volunteers, that's really just mostly just expanding your program a little bit and good documentation. And we've got some resources that we can certainly refer Kim and Brianna to that help with that tracking and volunteer things. I just want to point out that you all have some of the hardest things already done, that multi-year strategic plan. The paid professional manager, that's huge. That's a big step for small communities to have that. You have the funding and operating budget. You have just so many things in place for this, and you guys have just had to deal with so much between floods, flood recovery, now pandemic, and pandemic response. Fires. Yeah. And so it's been hard for you, but you're so close to ready, and hopefully we'll be able to help you take that next step and tap into those additional resources because you're there. You guys really do have an amazing program and amazing staff and deserve to make this next step.
Well said. So we have 4 minutes left. I know you guys are on a tight time frame, but happy to answer any questions you guys might have about the program. But before I stop, I just want to commend Kim and Brianna and the Main Street board up there for all of the hard work and focus that they've done. They've been listed in our Main Thing publication of all the wonderful things you've done with hand sanitizer. Was it the wall? Did you
Gratitude wall? Yes.
Gratitude wall. Just so many things that they have done to really embrace their community throughout all of this, unprecedented time. And please know how much we value them, their time, their vision, and their tenacity.
Well, and if I could just say thanks to Tracy, Gail, and Larry. This is Kim with the town. And I know Trustee Rogan was part of the presentation that they presented last month to the EVC. And it's just been really, I think, solid for the town to have the Main Street program as a resource. it's especially more apparent with the pandemic, but they're great and knowledgeable. I again learned 2 more things tonight that I didn't know. So we're always learning more things. But certainly if you have questions, I see we still have about 3 minutes, and they're a great resource if you have any questions for them. Thanks again.
Thanks, Kim.
So trustees, any questions or comments that you would like to ask while we have our DOLA partners here?
I have a question. This is Mark Browning. I'm one of the trustees, and I was wondering if DOLA is available with any kind of a liaison reach out role to work with CDOT on transportation issues. As you have indicated in your presentation, the outdoor recreation industry is becoming big for Lyons. We have 2 very well attended, very well used Boulder County open space areas near us. One of them directly connects to our park system with our recently completed park renovations, but the other one is about a mile or so away down busy Highway 7. CDOT's about to redo Highway 7, but we're having difficulty trying to impress on CDOT the importance of getting a connection out to the Hall Ranch trail system. If you could have both of those trail systems connected to our in-house trail system, which has just been redone post-flood, it would really enhance our attractiveness as a recreation destination, I think. And I don't know if does DOLA ever play like a bring the parties together role in that respect?
Absolutely, and that is a really good question. We have done that twice a year for the last couple of years. And we've hired, I'm not sure if you're familiar with, in the past, we hired community builders that was involved with the Downtown Streets workshops that were our CDOT DOLA partnership, but basically put on by CDOT. I can probably offer that professional facilitation to you to bring those parties to the table. I'm not sure of your timing on that, but we can absolutely do that. That contract will be awarded in about a week and a half by the time the paperwork gets through. It has really made a difference in Wellington, Ignacio, San Luis, and Woodland Park by having a facilitated conversation where everybody comes in and rolls up their sleeves and says, you know, what are the issues? What do we need to address? And how do we work together? And I would be more than thrilled to offer you that. Absolutely.
That sounds very helpful, because I think my understanding is CDOT's about 50% down the road of redesigning Highway 7, which had its own flood damage. And if we could get the conversation before they complete their design rather than after, would seem to be optimal. So thank you for that possibility.
I will add that, and we can make that happen.
Trustee Rogan, did you have anything?
I just want to say thank you for this presentation. Excuse me. It was great. I'm glad that the entire Board of Trustees gets to see the great work that staff is doing and that you're doing, and the potential for the future. There's a lot of great potential. So I'm excited to keep working with you guys. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you.
Truly appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you for having us.
We appreciate yours. Thank you for all that information.
Be safe.
Well, okay.
Hotel feasibility and options workshop.
Okay, the board has a separate agenda for this portion of our workshop tonight. And we have several people that will be joining in on the presentation and then discussion by the board. So hopefully you have your agenda handy. We're going to start a little bit with Community Development Director Paul Glasgow, giving kind of some background information on what the town has already done in regard to looking at hotel options and feasibility. And then Kim will go through the most recent hotel feasibility study recommendations. And then we have a guest volunteer tonight, Joseph Kavanaugh, who will be joining us as well. So Paul, would you like to start, please?
Sure. The town has looked at lodging in several of its planning documents, and one of it was in both the comprehensive plan and the Lions Recovery Action Plan, and has developed policies for essentially encouraging lodging facilities. The vision of the Eastern Corridor also included lodging, and it has developed a zoning to allow for that in the Eastern Corridor. It has also encouraged it in several of its policies. One would be a focus on encouraging development of lodging facilities. The second policy was a vision for the Eastern Corridor, like I just mentioned, is for commercial and employment gateway with retail, restaurants, lodging operations serving day and nighttime populations as well as visitors and through travelers, and then encouraging tourism-based lodging opportunities as well. So it has throughout its planning documents a focus on, the town has had a focus on lodging. We have worked to allow for more lodging with the inclusion of STRs and the PUD with Riverbend, as well as solicited a hotel feasibility study. We worked together with Place Dynamics to look at potential locations for and vet those locations with them for future hotel options. And we have worked with Mr. Joe Kavanaugh to look at various locations as some became available. So there has been kind of a focus on getting that type of operation going. There is also some movement on the Eastern Corridor to develop lodging out there with a focus on tourism as well as the outdoor recreation industry. And there is the A-Lodge who has took over the Aspen Leaf, and we have been working with them to encourage their concept in the town core. We are also currently working with the owner, or the soon-to-be owner of the Festivarian, to get that up and running and expand their lodging opportunities in the rear in a phase 2. So there are several moving parts with regard to lodging going on right now. That's
Great.
my
Thanks, Paul.
Sure.
To tie into that too, I think to update the current Board of Trustees with the hotel feasibility study, give you a little bit about the background and how we came to be on that. Certainly several Board of Trustees were on the board and the previous board, but they had budgeted for a comprehensive hotel feasibility study, I think to get a sense not only for the Economic Vitality Commission, but the board to determine if it was feasible and what the numbers looked like. So the town and staff put out a RFP in the fall of 2019. So it was in September 2019, just to give you kind of a background on the time frame. And all the submissions were due in late October. We had, and this was good for me to review today, 16 firms actually submitted RFPs for this particular study. I should note that we tried to do it as a town and RFP 2 years before, but there hadn't been enough money budgeted. So when we went to the board, we asked for more money. So this felt more into the funds that the town had available. With the EVC and staff, we narrowed it to 6 firms. Only one of the firms was Colorado-based, the rest were national. We did a scoring. EVC asked questions, and then we chose Place Dynamics to manage the hotel feasibility study. You have a copy of that in the board packet. They were good for us to work with in terms of their questions, their recommendations, their expertise. Michael Stump, who's the principal, actually spent many years in Boulder as the economic development director for the city of Boulder. So he was familiar certainly with Boulder County, Town of Lyons, and you know, CU Boulder and its impact as well, and in addition to tourism and Rocky Mountain National Park. They did speak to, I know they spoke to Trustee Waugh about the Wee Casa property. They spoke with Mike Whipp about the Riverbend and Farmette properties. ASA had just purchased the A Lodge. And then they also spoke to Craig Ferguson about his property that Paul just referred to at 4th and Main. So that's kind of the background on the hotel feasibility study. I think now we're going to turn it over to Joe, and there were some items that he is going to go through. And then Joe, when you need me to share a screen, I'm happy to help you do that.
Let me introduce, with pleasure, Joe Kavanaugh, and give you a little background about Joe. He was the first community development director for the city of Boulder. He worked on the downtown Pearl Street Mall and Development Plan, the regional hiking system plan, flood control master plan and affordable housing, the library addition and senior citizen center and housing, including Canyon Point mixed-use development. He worked in Steamboat Springs on an affordable housing program and other projects in California for Monterey County, and worked on the Fort Ord master plan development as the manager, 44 square miles. So he is very, very proficient in planning in many different areas. Mr. Kavanaugh, please proceed with your presentation.
Can you hear me? Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank
Yes.
you very much for inviting me, and I'm going to be covering 4 different components tonight. And so I'm going to be packing a lot of information into a short time, and I'm going to begin with a fiscal impact analysis. Before I get into that heavy lifting, though, I'd like to thank you and the members of the board. I'd like to thank Barbara. I would like to thank everyone there, Victoria, Kim, Gloria, Paul, all the staff members who helped me when I was there. I spent 2 weeks there in October reviewing the plans that were made in the hotel feasibility study. And I'm ready now to make this presentation on beginning with fiscal impact analysis. Fiscal impact analysis was developed in the 70s when I was in graduate school. The idea is smart growth, to look at new development. It was a tool for local government for large projects. The idea was to take a look at what the cost would be to a local municipality and what the revenues would be. So it was to measure and project and anticipate. In those days, computers were just starting, and spreadsheets were beginning to be able to use as analytical tools. In the 50 years since then, and my 30 years of working in this field, there have been a lot of important developments and refinements in fiscal impact analysis. What I'm recommending for the city is that when a developer comes forward with a hotel plan, that a fiscal impact analysis be conducted by the city for that specific plan that will detail the actual costs that are involved. But for tonight, I wanted to give you a quick look at how the feasibility study that was done already can give us some indication of what the fiscal impact is going to be on the city, on the town of Lyons, for a new hotel. So with that, if we could put up page 31 of the study, please, Kim, that would be very helpful. We're going to begin now to take a look at the fiscal impacts involved in a hotel and the we need page 31. Not sure which page that is, so.
Sorry, let me find me, Joe. Did you want 31 of the document or 31 on the? Can you say what you were looking for again, Joe?
Yeah, it's page 31 of the document itself. It has community impact in the upper left-hand corner. I think you're on an earlier page here. At any rate, while she's looking for that, I'll just begin to talk a little bit about what's involved, and that is that when you build a hotel like this, a larger one would be, there we go. You're perfect. Thank you very much. So we're talking about community impacts now. That's okay. That's fine. So now we're talking about taxes, and we're talking about property taxes. That's going to be one of the main components of the fiscal impact of the property taxes. There are also sales taxes and accommodation taxes and use tax, which I'll explain as well. But if you go down now to the bottom of this page where we have the property taxes outlined, we're going to do some heavy lifting here, talking about the estimated property tax revenues. And the way they put the hotel here, they have an 80-room hotel, a larger hotel, and then below that you'll see a table for a 30-room hotel. And so these are estimates for what these two, one larger hotel and one smaller hotel, would bring in terms of property tax revenues. And you can see, if you look at the first year of property tax revenues, that the Boulder County is going to receive about $67,000 in property taxes. The school district, $165,000 in property taxes. The town of Lyons, $49,000 in property taxes. And the fire, library, and water districts will receive $55,000. So this is a projection of the property tax revenue. And for a larger hotel, it's well over $300,000, of which the town share would be about $50,000. Down at the bottom of that page, we have the estimated property tax revenue for a smaller hotel, for a boutique hotel. And here you can see this is probably the big hotel will be probably $10 to $12 million total. The smaller hotel, $6 to $7 million. So with your current mill rates, again, it would be less, but Boulder County would get over $30,000. The school district would get $80,000. The town of Lyons, about $23,000 plus. The fire, library, and water districts would get about $26,000. So the total property taxes are about $162,000. In the case of a smaller hotel, the taxes will be less. Larger hotel, $337,000 would be more. So these property taxes would accrue annually, and they would increase in value over time. But beginning in 2022, if all goes well, this would be additional incremental property taxes. So Kim, if you could go to the next page, page 32, I will begin to talk a little bit about the other taxes that are involved. So we've talked now about property taxes. Now we're going to talk about sales taxes. Sales taxes would be generated by the hotel itself. Again, the larger hotel is the first one, the 80-room hotel that we're talking about. The state of Colorado would get about $37,000 in the first year. Boulder County, about $14,000. The town of Lyons, about $54,000. The RTD, $15,000. And so that would be the sales tax generated by the hotel. Then in addition to that, the use tax, the state use tax of $104,000, that would be on the furnishings for the hotel. It would be a one-time tax the state would levy in terms of the importation of beds and dressers and sheets and pillowcases and all the things that a hotel uses. So that would be just a one-time tax that would go directly to the state. Then at the bottom, we have what's called the accommodation tax, or the pillow tax, or the bed tax. It has a lot of different names, but it would be what's added on to each night that is occupied, the room is occupied. And right now, the town of Lyons accommodation tax is $2 a night. And so that would add another, for Lyons, if there were 16,000 nights, which is what they're estimating, Lyons would get about $32,000 in accommodation taxes. So with the sales taxes in the larger hotel, you've got about $260,000 in sales taxes that would be generated, some of it directly to Lyons, others to the Boulder County, to the RTD and others. Now, there's going to be a discussion later tonight about the accommodation tax, and it's very low. $2 a night is a very low tax for this. Many jurisdictions have percentages, 8, 9, 10%. And it's paid by the occupant of the room. So it's not a tax. It's made on the business itself. It's a pass-through tax that they collect and then pass on. Below that, we have again the 30-room hotel, and the 30-room hotel is going to generate smaller numbers. In this case, the total amount of the estimated tax on a 30-room hotel would be about $193,000. So I really rushed through these with the idea that it's not all that interesting, particularly to people who are not that interested in taxes. But I think what we can say safely is that there would be a net revenue to the town of between $100,000 and $200,000. My recommendation is going to be that I think the town could actually support 2 hotels, one a small boutique hotel of 35 to 50 rooms in the downtown, and then a larger 80 to 90 room hotel out in the eastern quarter as it develops and infrastructure becomes available. So that's just a quick overview of what we call a fiscal impact analysis. Again, what will happen when a proposal is made to the city by private owners to build a hotel, then you would hire someone who's an independent to come in and do a careful fiscal impact analysis, so you'd know exactly what the cost would be to the town. And the cost would be minimal.
You too, Eric.
Pardon me? The cost would be minimal, but the revenues would be substantial. Let's put it that way. And we could, at some time, when we know the exact plan, we'd come up with more precise numbers. One thing about the accommodation tax that I'm going to mention now, and I know will come up in discussion, is other jurisdictions where I've worked in California, different cities and counties, have earmarked part of that accommodation tax to go into a fund which they use for cultural events, art, different events for tourism, to stimulate tourism. And they give it back to nonprofit organizations in their community to achieve goals that stimulate the arts, culture, and tourism in their areas. So now I'm going to move quickly on to the second component of my presentation tonight, which is job creation. So if you'll go just down to the bottom of this page, there's a table there that is an estimated further down employment and wages, talking about the number of jobs that would be created. This is for the larger hotel, an 80-unit hotel. And it shows that there would be a manager, of course, with a hourly wage of about $40 an hour, a desk clerk, maintenance manager, housekeeping manager, and then housekeepers. So, 15 to 20 jobs would be created. They would be between $13 and $40 an hour. They'd be good jobs. They'd be what we call primary jobs. And for every primary job that's created, usually a multiplier is used. 3 or 4 secondary jobs are created. So this would be a major employment generator for the town. And so that concludes my presentation on job creation. Now I'd like to do a quick overview of the sites that are mentioned in the study. And if you could go then to page 21, please, of the study, then that would help. Okay, great. This is the page. This is just perfect the way it is. this shows what the study has identified as different areas where the hotel could be located. And beginning with the Riverbend and Planted Bluegrass, two sites, really, these are both excellent sites. I'll just start with Riverbend and say it's just an excellent site for a hotel in many ways. I think it should be some land could be added to it with highway frontage that would really help to make it more attractive and give more room for the hotel. The uses that are there now are completely compatible. Some flood control would probably be required. There are local owners who are running a very successful operation there. It's proximate to downtown. There are many good things about that particular site. It's identified as number one in the study itself, and it certainly would be one that I would consider one of the top sites for sure. And then Planted Bluegrass also, which is close by, is another excellent site. It's close to the downtown. It's an excellent building site. Some flood control would be required, but it is a larger site, and because of that, there's potential for mixed use there, which could include other uses, for example, affordable housing, where there could be shared parking and shared utilities, and architecturally similar to the hotel, you could have some affordable housing there, employee housing, senior housing. So those two sites, Planted Bluegrass and Riverbend, I would say are prime sites for the potential hotel. Then if we move into the historic downtown, which is, you've just heard about Main Street, it's a wonderful thing. I've always been very much in favor of developing the downtown and improving the downtown. I'd like to go through the sites that are there. The 4th and Main site that was mentioned earlier, there are development plans for that site already that are in place. And so it's one of those things where it could be a plan B for a hotel, large hotel to be there, a boutique hotel. But for now, there are plans in place. The Aspen Leaf and Adventure Lodge, which is almost right across the street in the same area on Main Street. Also, same thing. The owners there have come up with the wonderful plan, I think, to help stimulate development in the downtown. But at this time, they have not expressed an interest in developing a hotel there. It's one of those things where it would be a great site if that was the owners were interested in doing that. The clinic site, which is also mentioned, is I think just too small for a hotel. It's only a half acre. It's kind of constrained the way it is. I think it would make an excellent site for another use, but I don't think it's really suitable for a hotel. And then right in the downtown where the Fork Restaurant is with the vacant lot next to it, again, you could squeeze a hotel in there and it'd be really nice, but the current owners, local owners, have other plans for it at this time. So the sites in the downtown right now, I think, have other uses that are being planned. One of the things about the downtown is that if the developments that are planned that I mentioned already and a hotel were to go into the downtown, I think you would have to look at some kind of parking district or parking improvements for the downtown. I think that's something that could be done, and I have confidence it could be done in the long run, but it's something that as the downtown develops, more parking could become a problem. I'm going to mention one other site, and that is the Farmette property, which is midway between the Eastern Corridor and the downtown, which is an excellent site for a hotel. It's 2 to 3 acres. It's between the downtown and the Eastern Corridor, and I think it's, as described in the study, it's an excellent site as well. And so really what I'm recommending, if we can go to my attachment 1, is to have 2 hotels. One in the downtown, the boutique hotel, 35 to 50 units. And in a phase 2, something in the Eastern Corridor, which would be larger and would be developed at a time when the infrastructure is available there. So I'm hoping that attachment 1 will come up on the screen soon, and we'll be able to work with that. But I'll just begin now talking about what it says. It says basically that if we get a hotel of the type that we're talking about, we'll be demonstrating support for the local business community, including support for the wedding industry. And I think that that's a key component of what we're talking about here. It's a $10 million annual industry now. I know that my own daughter was married in Lions Mark in 1990. At that time, my wife and I and my dad, who was in his late 80s then, and a friend of his were looking for a place to stay in Lions and there wasn't any really suitable place for us to stay. So it goes back a long ways, and the wedding industry is firmly established in Lions and needs a hotel. I went down to visit the Boulderado while I was there and talked to the woman who was in charge of reservations, and she told me that yes, many of the people staying at the Boulderado are staying there because there's no place to stay in Lions for their hotels. So this is something that I think demonstrating support for local business is really important and should be done. And of course, there'd be increased spending at the existing and new retail eating and dining establishments. Increased revenue for the town in the form of property sales and accommodation tax revenue. All those are, we've talked about those. They would be a major contribution to the town, as well as the new primary jobs, estimated 15 to 20 primary jobs, and then a multiple of 3 times that would get you up to around 50 jobs as a result of these hotels, new jobs. And so in addition to enhance the downtown and stimulate additional private investment on neighborhood sites, I feel the hotel could be energy efficient, utilizing the latest in active and passive solar design. And if the site were large enough, it could include mixed uses, including affordable housing. I visited these sites and met with the owners. And again, my analysis says that you could afford to have 2 hotels, a small one in a phase 1 downtown in the downtown area, and a larger one out in the eastern corridor when you're ready to support that type of development with the infrastructure necessary. And so really my analysis says that we should be working on a phase 1 right now with the property owners and to reach an agreement on a development plan so that they can have the assurance the town's objectives and their objectives can be met in a way that's mutually agreeable, and a timetable and a plan could be agreed upon and implemented. So that's the result of my preliminary analysis. And now I'd like to go to attachment B, which is the strategy that I think flows from what I've presented here tonight. And that is that in order to have a successful project, I think of this nature, of this size, of this complexity, it's important to have a hotel strategy. And I've got a little quote here from Sophocles. I'm not quite that old, but it's been successful in my career in terms of doing projects. And that is, my mind gave birth to the idea, but it was the order of a well-conceived strategy that gave it life. And so the strategy that I would put forward for the hotel would be tonight, the 7th of December, would be the hotel workshop. Now, this strategy is what has to be called the best case scenario. This is what I tried to do was really come up with a scenario where the existing board of trustees would still be in office when the hotel was open. So it's a stretch. Everybody would have to be on the same page. They'd have to be working as a team. But the first thing would be if after the first of the year, a developer or a group of local people would come forward with a plan for the hotel and develop that plan. Once that's done, we could have the fiscal impact analysis or study that we talked about earlier. They would also be doing what's called a pro forma and a P&L, profit and loss. I could help develop that. Usually your community development director would do that. You would hire an independent consultant to be sure that the numbers were right. Then toward the end of the month, hopefully you could convene what's called a conceptual development review committee or group or meeting with the town would convene, and you'd have all the regulatory agencies there to meet with the development team and hammer out all of the things that would be needed to get the approvals. I applaud the town on its approval of the affordable housing project last week. I watched the meeting. It takes teamwork. It's complicated. There are a lot of things that need to be done. The developer, I think, really needs to be assured that all the cards are put on the table early in the game so they know what they need to do and can work from that. Not only the town, but the other regulatory agencies that are involved. If that were the case, best case, early mid-February, an application could actually be developed and submitted to the town by the ownership team. 4 months later, at the very best, I think 4 months. I was told by Paul that it is possible, if everything went perfectly, to within 4 months have the permits approved by the planning staff and then the planning commission. And then say a month later, the town board could approve. This would be next summer, probably in July. And if we were able to do that, we could catch the end of the construction season for the beginning of the summer of 21. The hotel could be finished in the spring of 22, and a grand opening could be held then. And hopefully the same board would be able to go to the party that we would have to celebrate that. So again, the strategy is based on trust and teamwork. Everyone working on the project must be able to depend on each individual team member working together to achieve the agreed upon goal. Our success requires each person to do what's needed with a strong commitment to meeting the agreed upon timelines. This is what happens in the real world when big projects are successfully done.
I'm not getting any volume on this side, so if somebody can fix that problem, it would be most appreciative.
I'm sorry for that. I don't know why that's the case, but at any rate, that concludes my presentation. And now we can turn it over to back to Victoria to continue with the agenda. I'll be glad to answer questions as we get into the question and answer period. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Joe. Go ahead, Madam Administrator.
This item has been in front of the board for several years, from our last comp plan through the flood, in recovery, and coming again presently. So we just want to bring the current board up to speed on the background of this issue, some of the highlights from that feasibility study, some of the observations from an outside community development director, and talk to the board about, first of all, if you have any questions about the presentation, this would be a good time to ask those. And then possibly there were a list of some items that the board may want to discuss regarding the impact of a hotel on our community at this point. What are some of our roles in trying to attract that? We do know we have numerous groups that are interested, so I'm not sure we need to do the attracting, but I do think that we need to have a discussion on what are some of the barriers to the development of a hotel, and how and what would the board like to do to try to encourage that development to go through. So first of all, any questions on the presentation so far?
Are there any questions? Trustee Lowell.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh, for the presentation. I am foursquare in favor of putting a hotel somewhere in Lyons. As a guy who hosted a wedding at Riverbend 4 or 5 years ago, I can tell you that 80% of the guests ended up taking buses to Boulder for accommodation. So I think it's needed. My question to Mr. Kavanaugh is, I wonder if he's had a discussion with Mr. Tamburello about the Eastern Corridor, because the last time Mr. Tamburello was in, he was talking about a hotel on the south side, which would, because of the space limitations there, I think he was probably talking about a fairly small hotel and some substantial river work being done. I don't know whether he has any plans for a large 80-room hotel down in the Eastern Corridor. Do you have any insight on that?
You know, I haven't been able to talk to him directly, but I did visit the site with the mayor and we took a close look at it. I feel that the Eastern Quarter is an excellent place for a larger hotel. Siting it is going to be a matter of costs related to infrastructure, the things that are going to be needed to support the hotel. So at this time, I think that those questions need to be answered. The very questions that you're putting forward need to be answered. In the meantime, I think we could do something now with the idea of doing something bigger out there in the future, probably 2 or 3 years down the road. Does that answer your question? I'm sorry. Is that okay?
Well, that's fine. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Mayor Pro Tem has a question there.
Mayor Pro Tem Brennan.
I guess these are more in the nature of a couple of comments than questions, although I'd appreciate Mr. Kavanaugh's views on these. Number one, the projected tax revenue and the fiscal impact analysis that comes out of the hotel feasibility study, it was never clear to me if that projected tax revenue was net of existing property tax, or whether, in other words, is just the increment, or is that if that was total property tax from the projected value of the property, because our downtown being what it is, with basically one vacant lot in downtown now, you would have to replace something with the new hotel. And so I guess my question is, and I know you didn't do the hotel feasibility study, was that taken into account of whatever you replace, you'd have to subtract that tax revenue out to get the net, the increment amount. And then kind of related to that is the hotel feasibility study kind of ignored the fact that all of the downtown commercial property is in the Urban Renewal Authority downtown area. So these projections of revenue to the town, the county, the fire district, school district, really, unless we change something with the URA, all that money goes to the URA. And so I haven't really seen the URA's role on a project like this highlighted in terms of what it would do or not do. So those are my two comments. Any thoughts, Joe?
Mayor Pro Tem, could I answer your question? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
The idea that a more specific fiscal impact analysis would have to be done is the answer to your question. If something were removed, it would have to be removed. And that would be one of, in terms of the existing tax structure. Generally, the numbers in the study don't take that into account. What they do is they talk about what the new taxes that would be generated would be. And then if the property that's chosen for the hotel is within the urban renewal area, then you're right. Then those taxes could be distributed in a different way. When I've worked on this for other jurisdictions, you can work through agreements to pass through. For example, if you wanted to pass money through to the library, or you wanted to the fire district, particularly if the fire district had to do something in order to service the hotel, if it were 4 stories, for example, and you needed additional fire equipment, that could be handled through the tax increment, the additional taxes that are generated. I would say that each of those decisions would be ones that the board would make. For example, a hotel is not going to increase the number of students in the school district. And so therefore the impacts on the school district are going to be small. If this were a large residential project with 3 and 4 bedroom houses, it'd be a major impact on the school district, and the property taxes that are generated by that would have to go to the school district in order to mitigate and to allow the school district to expand the number of teachers or buildings, whatever they would have to do. But a hotel is a grace in that sense, that it carries very little additional costs to local municipality, to local school districts. A hotel generates revenues and really doesn't cost you a lot of money as a town in additional expenses. And so the whole idea of urban renewal and what would happen there, if in fact the site were within the urban renewal area, then you would get into a tax sharing situation where you could take a look at how best to do that. It would be quite complex, and it would be fun, really, to be able to have those taxes and be able to distribute them.
Further questions? Trustee Wah.
Yeah, I had a question about some of the math in the feasibility study. If we look at page 32, where we're doing the estimated sales, use, and accommodation tax revenue for the 30-room hotel, we're calling out 10,950 nights. That's 100% occupancy. The table above estimates about a 55% occupancy. So I think that number in terms of 21,900 is overstated by at least 45% or almost 100%. Because if you take 1095 and divide it by 30, you get 365. So if we're looking at those numbers and starting to count the money ahead of time, I think we should have the correct math.
You know, Trustee Wah, I agree with you 100%. There are many things within this study that I couldn't agree with, and I could point them out. In the interest of time, I didn't do that. I kind of glossed over them. What you point out is one of the major ones. The study is supposed to be based on a 60% occupancy rate and an ADR, a room rate of $103 a night. And that was supposed to be throughout the study. And when I read the study, I saw numerous mistakes. The idea tonight for me was just to go through it and give you an idea of the type of taxes that would be available. And I agree with you 100% that we need a specific study that would be tailored to the project that we're looking at.
Yeah, I think this was a pretty, I found a lot of this report to be pretty boilerplate and not necessarily focused specifically on the situation in the town of Lyons.
Yes, I agree 100%. And also I think there are actually mistakes in it, not in addition to being boilerplate. There's a lot of good stuff in it, but I think that before you made any decisions, I would definitely go with a specific fiscal impact analysis for the hotel.
Further questions?
One more follow-up question on that, Mayor. I noticed the same thing Trustee Watt did. And also, if you look at the page we were looking at, it shows the sales tax revenues from the 30-room hotel exceeding the sales tax revenues from the 80-room hotel, which is kind of unusual unless you assume some extremely high room rates for the 30-room hotel and some, as Trustee Watt said, some extremely high occupancy rates. So those numbers need to be looked at as well as to how a 30-room hotel would produce so much more tax than an 80-room hotel. Doesn't make initial sense unless you're using different assumptions for the two types of hotels.
Excellent, excellent comment. I agree 100%.
Further comments? And the town's role in attracting a hotel? Administrator Simonson, you said that there was already interests.
Yes, as was alluded to, we have several different parties that are looking at potential hotel sites and types of hotels in town. And so I'm not sure at this point there needs to be a lot of attraction. I think it's more of finding out what do those businesses need to be able to bring it to fruition. And so it kind of takes us to the item a little further down, which is really what are the barriers to development and what can the town do to assist those folks. But it doesn't appear that many of those interested parties are online tonight. So I would just defer that back to the board for discussion, I guess, on what kind of level of support you want to put behind this as we move forward. The timeline that Mr. Kavanaugh presented is pretty aggressive. And so to do that, I think we would have to start working with these individuals right away.
Okay. And I agree. As far as attractions, along with the development that was discussed on Pearl Street, would this be considered a economic development, Administrator Simonson?
It would be in my definition of economic development. But of course, if you're talking about like McIntosh water, that would be up to the board to decide.
Okay. That could be an attraction, certainly. Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
I think another attraction that the town could provide, but it obviously requires voter approval, is it's typical for new hotels in many places that have developed them, including those that have developed them through URA, to rebate all or a portion of the hotel occupancy tax, the lodging tax, for at least the initial period of the hotel's operations. With a $2 per night lodging tax in Limes, there's just not enough money there to make that very attractive. So that's something that a board and the voters would have to consider, is changing the lodging tax to a percentage, or which would be more common. So that's something we could do to attract a hotel. The two biggest barriers seem to be fairly obvious. One is property. Downtown Lyons is built out except for one small, and it's very small, vacant lot. So and the downtown property is all privately owned, with one glaring exception that I'll throw on the table, not to advocate it. In fact, I would be adamantly opposed to it. But the one piece of property that could provide either a site for a hotel or parking in downtown Lyons that the town controls is Sandstone Park. And to me, that's a third rail of local government. I would fight tooth and nail. But I'll put that out there as just a thought, because Sandstone Park has been looked at before in Lyons history as for potential development, and it created huge controversy. But obviously there's just not much property in existing town limits to build a sizable hotel plus a parking lot on. And that piece of property stands out. It's the only one big enough and centrally located enough. And so I would suggest everybody needs to think about, is that something that's on the table or off the table? My personal view is off the table, but others may disagree. And related to that is parking. The biggest parking lot near downtown Lyons, in downtown Lyons, was the RTD lot, now occupied by the library. So what does that leave for parking? Is there potential of a shuttle system to use some of the parking in Bone Park? We have two sizable lots there to service a hotel with valet parking for the hotel. But those are the kind of barriers to hotel investment that the town needs to look at, is I think property and parking, and those are obviously related.
Can we segue that into the lodging tax discussion then? If we're going to perhaps go with your suggestion of rebating that to the hotel for a certain amount of time? Because $2 a head is really very, very low.
Mayor, may I make a remark in that regard?
You may.
My idea would be that would be something that could be used. Water, other incentives could be used. But I wouldn't say that that's necessary for the town to offer to the developers out of the chute. I think that what we should be doing is working to come up with an agreement that meets the objectives on both sides. I think that the accommodation tax could be used for a lot of other things as well within the town. It's not free money, but it's money that you wouldn't have otherwise. And as I said, in other jurisdictions, they use this to stimulate tourism for events and other things. And it could be that some of the property tax increment, if it's in the urban renewal area, could help in a variety of ways to get the hotel going. As I mentioned, if additional fire equipment is required, sprinkling systems, water. There are a number of different ways that I've discussed with the town administrator as to how this money could be used. But out of the gate, I don't think it's necessary to say, hey, we can do this as an attraction. I think the town of Lyons is the attraction. I think the growth in the town of Lyons, the smart growth, is the attraction. And Lyons is a wonderful place, and it's a great place for a hotel. Hotel is badly needed. I think the money's going to work out. It's a counter-cyclical thing right now. Right now, the hotel business is really down because of COVID, but when COVID is over, it's going to be a tremendous demand. And also the way the money market is right now, there's a lot of money available at this time at a low price to build a hotel. So the economic conditions, I think, are good. And I think the accommodation tax is something that should be looked at because it is low. But the uses that it would be put to, I think we should wait until we see what the proposal is and how best to use it.
Okay. So in regard to what the town is willing to do, I think that perhaps Administrator Simonson, we should see what is brought before us, should we not?
That sounds reasonable to me. Actually, this was an item, Mayor, that you wanted to have the board talk about to see how the board was feeling about a hotel in general and how aggressively we wanted to pursue something. So kind of waiting to hear from the rest of the board if this is a priority they want staff to be working on, or just waiting for it to happen naturally by someone coming forward.
I certainly am in favor of pursuing it as aggressively as possible. What is the view of the rest of the board? Trustee Caravas?
First of all, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. I would say, based on what we heard with what's going on, let it naturally come to us. When it comes to us, the town staff has been working with people, as Mr. Simons has indicated, that there are people interested. So staff is obviously involved and working with people. If something comes forward, bring it to us, and we can take a look at it and do what we need to do.
Trustee Wong?
I think we should, I think with commercial development of all kinds, hotels included, we should be focusing not only on what we might be willing and able to provide to entice development or make the process easier, but more importantly, how the process works. We're going to hear later in our meeting tonight about a pre-engineered building that wasn't approved in 4 months. Now we're talking about the construction of an entire building, an entire hotel, an entire new concept in a 4-month period. I'm more concerned about our ability to actually come through in that 4-month period than I am about what and the specifics of what will be transacted and consideration otherwise. I think we owe it to anybody developing any type of commercial property in the town of Lyons the decency to do the process quickly and efficiently and get out of the way of important commercial development in whatever form it takes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I agree that our process for approving things like, for example, the matter that's in front of us tonight, the pole barn, in the Eastern Corridor with those design standards is way, 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 way too complicated. And that's why I've always had concerns about trying to do standards like that in the downtown area too. It might be that a hotel, if someone is seriously interested in hotel development downtown, they're better off getting started before we do designs to put design standards that to me are limitations in place rather than after. But I think the process has to start with the private property owner who really wants to do a hotel and lines up potential financing, expertise, all that type of thing. I don't think it's something the town can jumpstart unless we want to throw Sandstone Park out there as a site, and I don't. So it really is going to take, in the town of Lyons, which is very limited in area, it's going to take a private property owner taking the initiative to come forward. And, you know, we can encourage that all we want to. We have been encouraging that in the comp plan and the hotel feasibility study. We've always been saying the town would love to have a hotel. And I think we can work on how to expedite the process, but it's got to start with private sector initiative in my view.
Thank you. Trustee Rogan.
Agree with Mayor Pro Tem Browning, and thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh, for excuse me, for that presentation. In terms of parking, I wonder whether we need to be considering underground parking as a possibility. And then for potential hotel properties that are not in the downtown area, the potential for having a shuttle so that we can make sure the hotel guests can take advantage of our local businesses.
Excellent suggestions. Trustee Lowe.
Well, as I've expressed before, I love the idea. I don't know about its reality, especially in the downtown area. I think the only place you can really concentrate on is the Eastern Corridor. I think we should encourage Mr. Tamburello to consider that, especially the 80 unit hotel down in that area. Because I worry about in some of the areas that were mentioned in town, the floodplain issues bother me at a place like Riverbend and Planet Bluegrass indeed. As a sidebar, I also wonder about the wastewater treatment plant capacity for a building of that size. So while I'm for it, I think we need to concentrate our efforts on the Eastern Corridor. I think it's just going to be too hard in the downtown area unless somebody comes up with something incredibly innovative.
Trustee Miller, are you available?
I am.
Yes. Your opinion?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not really sure how I feel about the first of all, I feel like there's a lot, and I've only been paying half attention because of what's going on here, but I feel like some of the sites that have been looked at aren't feasible in my mind. So I'm a little confused how those actually, I guess maybe at the time they were available, such as the A Lodge being, you know, considered. It doesn't really have enough space to have 30, even be the small boutique hotel of 30 because of the fact that there's a grade school behind it. And I just feel like there's problems with it, but I do think that we need lodging in this town. So where the fine line is, I don't know. I do think it is up to the private property owner to, you know, go forward with that. So that's all I have to say about it.
Thank you. I think, Mr. Kavanaugh, you have an opinion of the board that it's in the hands of a private developer and to bring any plans forward, and the board will consider it at that time.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, sir. Is it okay if we take a 5-minute break before we start the regular meeting? Okay. That's what we'll do then. We'll be right back.
It appears once again, it appears every time I make a statement into the record, the greatness of a nation can only be measured by the virtue of its freedom.
This is not the time
sir,
for public comment. I would ask the
you
clerk
need
to
to
mute this.
Authority to protect freedom.
Sir, you
Now,
need to mute yourself.
Can the clerk please mute the speaker?
I'm going to ask,
Can the
are you
clerk
going to
please?
stand up for your oath of office?
Mr.
And I'm
Marshall,
going to mute
you need
myself.
you need to mute yourself. You're not allowed to speak without being recognized like anybody else in this meeting. So mute yourself or the clerk will mute you instead. Mayor, while you were away, there were some parties who were attempting to speak and not keeping themselves muted. So I think the town clerk is going to need to watch that carefully.
Yeah, that's been discussed
Okay.
here at Town Hall.
All right, good.
Trustee Miller, are you on? I'll call to order the Monday, December 7th, 2020 Board of Trustees regular meeting to order. Could we have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
You're muted, Mark, for now.
Okay.
Trustee Rogan,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Caravas,
Present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
and Trustee Miller.
Please all rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag of the United States of America,
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one nation, under God,
indivisible, liberty and justice for all. This is the time when we take a reflective moment of silence, and let's keep in mind the 290,000 COVID deaths and the families that they have affected. Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll
Second.
second that.
Does anybody wish to amend the agenda at this time? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
The agenda is approved 6 with 1 absent. Now is the opportunity for the audience to address the Board of Trustees on any matter not on the agenda this evening. If you would like to address the Board of Trustees, please state your name and address for the record. Is there anybody that wishes to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Mayor Angela, if I may, just give one more preparatory remark, being
Go ahead,
that
sir.
we do have 3 public hearings tonight on for the Lions Den, matters concerning the Lions Den. So if you have comments concerning the Lions Den, please hold them to that time. If you have comments on anything else, you may address it at this time. If you speak concerning the Lions Den, the clerk will be muting you and asking you to reserve your comments to those public hearings.
Is there anybody that wishes to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Okay.
Madam Clerk, do you see anybody?
How do we?
It looks like Mary Lynn may be wishing to address the board.
Mary Lynn, please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mayor Angelo. My name is Mary Lynn, as you know. I live in Longmont, although Lyons is my favorite little place to go spend some fun time for an afternoon. And I was just at the Lyons Den, but I'm not speaking about that.
Excuse me, could we please have your address?
Sorry, I'm at 744 Atwood in Longmont.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just wanted to say for the folks in Lyons who are listening in, if they're interested in finding out about the issues and the way that they're being organized around the Lyons Den, then Keep Colorado Free is the place to go. That's all I wanted to say.
So once again, no comment on the Lions Den concerning during this time. It's for non-Lions Den.
Okay, well, this isn't general. If you want, Keep Colorado Free is the group to connect with if you're interested in having folks come stand for your freedom, regardless of any business.
Yes. That's as close as I've ever come to gaveling anybody in 3 terms as mayor. Does anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees on any issue other than what's been discussed by Counselor Twice? Seeing none, we'll move on. Boulder County Sheriff's Report, Sergeant Christ.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. So I have just a few quick items to address real quick. Item will be the December 18th is set for a interview with myself, Fire Chief Steve Piskey, as it pertains to appointing a new fire chief. So we're moving forward with some of those steps. I want to give a quick shout out to the Public Works guys. They did an awesome job as always on the Christmas lights down Main Street and around town. And then internally in the sheriff's office, we are underway commencing shift bids. So we will have maybe some new old faces representing the town of Lyons through the Boulder County Sheriff's Office starting January 25th. So when those become solidified, I will let the board know who the new officers will be. And that's all I have for now.
Are there any questions for Sergeant Christ at this time? I agree with you 100% on the Christmas lights, sir. Please stay safe.
Thank you.
So moving on, trustee reports. Trustee Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor Angelo. I just have one item I want to bring up here. It's sort of been gnawing at me for a bit. You know, we have issues that are brought up and discussed before the board, and then we don't seem to get updates on them. And specifically, I'm talking about, we have issues simmering at 427, 435 Park Street. We also have the issue with the McCann property next to Town Hall. And I'm just hopeful that at least we could get a word or a sentence or some sort of an update at every Board of Trustees meeting from here on out. Partly out of curiosity, partly out of keeping these things in the spotlight and keeping things moving on them. So I'm asking if that would be possible from town staff to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Careless.
Utility Engineering's Board met just last Wednesday. Continue to moving forward with testing the new electric meters. The water meters are communicating with the new antennas, so that's a good sign moving forward. What we approved as a board to look at a solar array or solar panels for the town. The one estimate came back with a 13-year payback period. My esteemed colleagues on that board seem to think with their workings that a 20-year payback is more like it. They will continue to work with the numbers, and as more information comes to us, I'm sure we'll get more detailed information on that. Let's see. The utility board is discussing, it has been on their agenda for quite some time with working with our most recent issues with letters we get as a board with the lighting. The board to discuss it, has some insight, but wants people to know that piecemeal things as we get a letter for this place or that place does waste a lot of staff time, that a whole approach of looking at the entire standard in our code was approved by them as a board to look at it, so they will be
Wait a minute.
with information as they move through that. It does get costly to put the measures to dim lights at certain times, as this board or the previous board discussed with the parks, 10 o'clock through 5 a.m. or something like that. So just so the citizens know, the UEB is on top of it, has been working with it, and we will continue to do so as a board with them. And let's see. That is about it at this time, and we will be meeting again on the 16th, next Wednesday at 4:30 for anyone who would like to attend.
Excuse me, this is James Shearer. You guys are. May the clerk please mute the individual speaking at
You're out of order, sir. You are out of order.
Excuse me?
Trustee
Will the
Wah,
clerk please mute the individual?
Trustee Wah, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to make you aware that the meeting is at capacity right now. There's 100 attendees. I don't know if there's any way that we can expand that, but the meeting is at 100 attendees, and there are people that are trying to join that are unable to at this point.
We have been made aware of that as staff, and we're working on the side. We were told we did not have a capacity on this meeting, so we're trying to figure out what's going on. But if I have staff on here that can wait until their presentations, we're still trying to get Trustee Miller in. And it's not allowing people to join by phone either. So if you don't have a need to be on here until later in the meeting, we'd appreciate it if someone could jump off until we can figure out this capacity issue. Thank you.
Watch on YouTube.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes. First of all, I would like to extend public appreciation and thank yous to the Lions volunteer group and the town staff that were involved in the little mini parade with Santa going around Lions. That was very well received by many, many children and a number of adults as well. And in particular, the people that worked hard on that were former Mayor Pro Tem Barney Dreistadt, Rick and Bonnie DeSalvo, Ariel Hudson, David Sham, Kyle Kowalski, Louis Vasquez, and Decker Hawk, who provided the music. So I would like to publicly thank all of those people who gave of their time on a very cool evening to bring some Christmas spirit to Lions. Secondly, I wanted to inform the board that I've requested the town administrator and the town finance director to report to the board at some point. I don't know if don't think we need an agenda item on it. An administrative report would be fine. With respect to the multiple food trucks that have began operating in Lions on more than one occasion on multiple weekends. In particular, I've asked town staff to look into whether all of those people are licensed to do business in Lions. They have a business license. And secondly, I've asked the staff to affirmatively try to contact the people who are operating the food trucks and make sure that we have their tax ID numbers and that they are collecting and reporting sales tax in Lions, because if any of those mobile businesses in the restaurant business are not either licensed to do business here or they're not collecting local tax, they have an unfair advantage over other local restaurants. And so I think those are two things that need to be focused on, because that presence seems to be growing and we need to make sure we've got a good handle on it. So those are my reports.
Trustee Rogan.
Before Trustee Rogan speaks, Mayor, I do want people to know that they can still watch our meeting live at www.townoflions.com/meetings, so that you can still watch even if you're not speaking at that time. Thank you.
You're welcome. Trustee Rogan.
Thank you, Mayor Angelo. So the EVC met. We had a great meeting talking about the many things we can do over the winter. There's some exciting ideas in the works to activate the outdoors in the downtown area and have some fun, get everybody together. So that's exciting. And the HPC meets on Wednesday.
Thank you. Trustee Miller, welcome.
Thank you. There were so many people in the meeting that I could not get in. But I'm here now, so proceed. I don't have any reports. We have a meeting for both Housing and Human Services and at the LAHC next week, Monday and Tuesday.
Thank you. I don't have any reports either. My meetings are this week. But I'd like to ask the board if they think it's a good idea if we reinstitute our Citizens Action Committee with CEMEX. I'm going to ask if the board approves of the idea. It was very successful in the past. I'm going to ask a couple of members of the Students Advisory Council if they would like to participate in those meetings, because what I'm seeing throughout the world is that it is the youth right now that are driving a lot of the environmental issues. And I think that a couple of people on that particular council would be most interested in attending those meetings. I don't have anything further to ask or to add. Boards and commissions. Any information from any boards or commissions, administrator Simonson? No. Staff reports, flood recovery update.
Tracy Sanders will be presenting her flood recovery update.
Okay.
Evening, everybody. I will not read through the report, just a couple highlights. The 2nd Avenue Bridge has started. We're doing demolition. We've done some intersection closures, demoing the road, and we will be demoing the bridge the week of December 14th. Still sorting out some easement issues, but otherwise this project's moving forward. I would like to take the opportunity to remind the community to please stay out of the construction areas, whether you're on foot or in a car or in a golf cart. It is for your safety to stay out of that area. We will continue with signs and lots of communication about this, but in the past we've had quite a bit of problem keeping people out of construction areas, but this one is it's very important. So I wanted to reiterate that. And then the pedestrian bridge is out for design. So that is the long and the short of it. Are there any questions about flood recovery?
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Tracy. Administrators report.
Thank you, Mayor. We did have a COVID update meeting with Boulder County Public Health today. The good news for this past week is that numbers are somewhat leveled out, but they are saying that if there is going to be a Thanksgiving surge, we would expect to see it this week. Other than that, they are expecting 47,000 doses of the vaccine to arrive in Colorado this week. And 47,000 will be distributed to Boulder County. Sorry about that. To be distributed first to long-term care facilities and healthcare workers and first line responders. So other than that, the there was not a lot of information on that site or that meeting today. We can hope things stay steady or decrease. So in regard to my administrator's report, like Ms. Sanders, I won't go through it all, but I do want to make people aware that the fire restrictions that have been in place for several months have now been rescinded by Sheriff Joe Pelly. So the public knows that we can have contained fires in our backyards again. CDOT Highway 7 project was mentioned earlier. We are on regular now phone calls with Highway 7. We have requested connections to the Hall Ranch Trail numerous times, and we'll work with DOLA to see if they have some other way they can help us. In regards to the CARES Act funding, if you recall, we were given a grant by Boulder County for $200,000 of grants to our local businesses. Today, as of today, we had 25 applicants for that money, totaling $221,000. So we will be meeting the next couple of days to go through those applications and determine who will receive what type of funding, and that needs to be spent by the end of the month. So we had a great turnout on that, and I know staff really worked hard on reaching out to individual businesses, and I want to thank them. But looks like we will be able to spend all $200,000 in the couple of weeks we were given. And then there has been some questions about what's going on at Spirit Hounds. I do want them to know that they are working with our community development and building inspection department to place a couple temporary structures. They're called Rocks Box, that will allow them to continue to serve people socially distanced over the winter months. And then they hope that during this temporary time, they're going to be working on a more permanent plan for those. But right now, those are allowed, and working with staff on that. Bad news of the day was that we heard from DOLA today that the Energy Mineral Impact Grant that we applied for the comp plan was not awarded due to the high number of applications and the amounts of applications they received. So staff and Planning Commission will be talking about this, coming up with some alternatives, and bring back a recommendation to the board at your next meeting. Okay. And I think that's it, unless anybody has questions for me. I don't want to spend a lot of time tonight.
Any questions for Administrator Simons?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Administrator Simonson, one thing mentioned in your report was new loans under the revolving loan fund. And I think the board may need a report on what's going on with that. And maybe that's something else DOLA could help us on, because I've heard indirect feedback that basically money's been dispersed without loan documents being properly signed and executed. And if we do that, that's converting what should be a revolving loan fund into a grants fund. And if that's something we're going to do, then the board needs to know that, because the original concept there was it would be what the name implies, a revolving loan fund, and people would.
I totally agree.
Loan documents to pay the money back, and we need to be careful that that's being done correctly. Maybe DOLA has suggestions in that regard.
Okay. Yeah, as you know, the staff are not involved with those decisions. So we'll have the attorney help us. We've been looking at what are the options for people that have been in default of those loans. And it is time for the applicants who went over the 5-year mark to apply for their UCC certification. So there's a couple steps there that need to happen. And so I will plan to give you an update on that at our next meeting as well. And I did think of something else. With this really mild December weather we're having, the board may recall that we had a couple of sewer repair projects that we were wanting to make, and they were put in our capital improvement plan. The utility director did go out for bid on those, and we did receive 2 bids back and 3 people who chose not to respond to the bid. And the total is not under $20,000. It is $38,000 to do that work. And so we were hoping to maybe be able to move forward with that tonight, since it was talked about and planned to be done this year. But because of the amount, I guess it will have to go to the next meeting. Is that correct, Attorney Dittman? They were thinking with the mild weather, they could get it done here in the next couple of weeks.
So the amount is above the
It
town
is.
administrator's spending limit, being that it's more than $20,000. However, if we feel that the work is an emergency and the board consents to it tonight, we can take that action and ratify it the following meeting. And so I think what I would ask is if the board has any objection to moving forward on this work. And if they do, we won't move forward with this until the next meeting. But if they don't, then then we won't do the work until the next meeting. But if you don't have any objections, if you do have objections, we'll do it next meeting. If you don't, we'll do it, in the intervening times, what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
And the contractor's saying, though, if we don't get it in the next couple of weeks, it probably won't be till spring.
Can I ask a question, Administrator Simonson?
Sure.
What was the amount that was allocated for the project in the budget?
I don't know if Mr. Kaplan is on the phone, but he's saying that the bid came in at 38, so it makes me wonder if it was around 40. This is a fairly large sewer project at Miley and Fifth.
In regard to sewer projects, I think they're important enough that as long as we're within budget, I have no objections whatsoever to proceeding. What is the board's pleasure? Trustee Lowe?
I'm fine with it.
Trustee Caravas?
I am okay with that.
Trustee Waugh?
I concur.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
No objection.
Trustee Rogan?
Yep, proceed.
Trustee Miller?
Yep, I'm good with it.
You have the direction of the Board of Trustees, Attorney Dittman, proceed as expeditiously as possible so that we can get this done, sir.
Okay, we'll bring back a ratification and an overview of that project at our next meeting then.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Legal update, Counselor?
Yeah, I'm not going to take a lot of time, but I did want to address one of Trustee Lowell's concerns about updates on various prosecution cases the town has been pursuing. With concern to 112 SS Court, the defendant did plead guilty on those STR violations, entered to as part of that guilty plea, basically a promise not to, a deferred judgment, not to relist the property. And we have confirmed it has been delisted at this point. And so that one was successfully resolved. And she is also paying our attorney's fees as well for the prosecution. So the town will receive reimbursement for the time spent to bring those claims to the municipal court. On 435 Park Street, there's going to be a status conference scheduled either this week or next before the municipal judge as is how this case will proceed. There has not been any sort of a plea at this point. So far, the defendant is claiming that they are not guilty in this matter. And so we'll have to wait to the status conference to see how this will proceed. There are some legal questions potentially that, the defendant may file for summary judgment on. So we're really just waiting for that status conference to see how the defendant plans to proceed. And was there another one you wanted an update on? I'm sorry.
Yeah, there was actually two more. There was the 427 Park right next door with the RV in the backyard that was occupied. I don't know if that was in your court. And then
that was not in my court.
There was the McCann property next to Town Hall. I'm not sure you were involved with that either.
Yeah, neither one of those properties are before the municipal court on code violations.
Great. Okay, great. I appreciate that. Thanks for the update.
We'll give you an update on the other two at your next meeting.
Thank you. I'll close the public meeting and open up the liquor license authority. I'll remind the public that this is a public hearing, that we have a lot of people that I imagine want to speak to these issues. Please be concise, please be considerate, and if at all possible, as polite as possible. Madam Clerk, could you please read the public hearing number 1 into the record?
Yes, this is a public hearing, the Lions Den liquor license order for summary suspension and notice of public hearing, notice of hearing.
Staff, counselor?
Thank you, Mayor Angela. I wanted to give an update to the board and also the public on the procedures that will be employed here tonight. It is unusual for the town of Lyons to have a liquor revocation or summary suspension order like is before the town tonight. So first, before the liquor licensing authority will be a summary suspension order. You may recall the town did issue what it thought was a summary suspension order previously. Since talking to Liquor Enforcement Division of the state, we have learned that they do not believe that previous suspension was effective. The state has since issued its own summary suspension order this Saturday. So the liquor license is currently suspended. However, every liquor license requires 2 licenses. It requires a local license and a state license, and you need both to operate. And so while the state license is currently suspended, the local license is not. And so what this matter before you will do is, if successful, would suspend the local license pending a hearing on the matters. And of course, we already have a hearing scheduled as the second item under the liquor license authority, but as you will see, staff is recommending continuance on that matter in order for the state to proceed on its hearing. And so the procedure we will employ here tonight is that, first staff will give its presentation. I will be presenting the case as to why we believe this license should be temporarily suspended pending hearing. Once we have concluded, the owner shall be given the opportunity to respond if he or she is so present. Then the public will give them the opportunity to speak. We would ask those be limited and not repetitive to the extent possible. Following that, staff as a proponent of the motion will be giving a chance for rebuttal. Following that, the public hearing will be closed and the board will have a motion and a second on the desire of the liquor license authority, whether it be to adopt the suspension order or whether to not, and allow the license to be unsuspended, at least the local license. So that will be the first hearing. The second hearing, as I kind of mentioned, it was scheduled for revocation hearing. However, we have since learned from the Liquor Enforcement Division that our original intent of suspending the license was probably not effective in their view. And so we will be recommending continuance. And then outside of the liquor license authority's purview, it will be the business license before the Board of Trustees. And so that'll be kind of the order of procedure. And if there are no questions on the procedure, I would ask to proceed on the suspension order at this time.
Are there any questions for council? Continue, sir.
Oh, I believe there's a couple questions from the town administrator, maybe Trustee Lowell.
I'm sorry. Administrator Simonson?
It was actually Trustee Miller had a question.
Okay. Trustee Miller.
I just wanted to make sure that we convened as the liquor license authority, because I don't recall hearing you exiting the BOT meeting and then convening as the liquor license authority.
I did.
I believe there was an audio cutout for part of that. So if the mayor would like to repeat that process, we can.
Just so it's clear.
I'll close the public hearing and open up the liquor license authority for consideration of the question before the Board of Trustees at this time.
I think what's confusing is you're not saying closing as the BOT and seating as the LLA. Sorry.
I will close the Board of Trustees regular meeting of Monday, December 7th, 2020, and open up the Liquor License Authority for discussion of the question before us. Trustee Lowell, did you have a question?
That was my exact question that Trustee Miller had brought up. And I suppose we need an attendance by the town clerk, right?
Yes, we also would need a roll call of the Liquor License Authority.
Okay. Could you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Rogan,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Caravas,
Present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
and Trustee Miller.
Present.
Everybody's here for the Liquor License Authority. Proceed, Counselor.
Thank you, Mayor. So my name is Brandon Dittman. I am the town attorney of the town of Lyons. Entering my appearance into this matter, although I've already been here. I want to start by entering into the public record an ex parte communication that was received regarding this matter. Pursuant to Colorado law and concerning quasi-judicial matters such as this one, communications concerning the ultimate disposition of a matter may not be had prior to the public hearing, and one in this case was had among the Board of Trustees. And so at this time, I would like to enter that upon sharing my screen, have the clerk read that item into the record. Then I'll then ask each of the trustees whether or not that item in any way prejudiced their opinion regarding the ultimate disposition of this matter. If you just affirm whether it did or did not, then we can proceed at that point. And so I'm going to share my screen at this point. Oh, can the town clerk enable my screen sharing for me, or can you share the document for me?
I turned it on for you, Brandon.
Thank you. All right, can we all see that email?
You need to open it up.
Okay, sorry, let me try this again. All right, can we see the email now?
Yes.
Can you please read this email into the record?
Yes, this was an email from Mayor Nick Angelo to the town administrator, Victoria Simonson, the town of Lyons Board of Trustees, Sergeant Bill Christ, and myself. Subject notice of suspension. And it reads as follows. I see we now have 38 cases. Considering the circumstances and the facts stated at the bottom of the chart, we don't even know if that is accurate. What we can be assured of with a statement such as that is that it is indeed inaccurate. So we have an exponential growth pattern in Lyons, 6, 8, 9, 12 for months, and now in a month skyrocketing to 38. And more if we're honest with one another. Please state that for the record tomorrow, Administrator Simonson. We simply cannot afford to have someone ignore stated health department guidelines under any circumstances, and until we get the all clear from the health department, the establishment should remain closed, regardless of how long that may be. Or else, for all intents and purposes, we haven't seen anything yet, and it will truly be a long, dark winter. It may already be beyond anyone's control. I would not be surprised if we are locked down again at this rate. I apologize for being a harbinger of doom, but those are the facts as I see them. Look at all the charts. Frontline workers are exhausted. They are getting sick at an alarming rate as we speak. Everybody just be safe. This truly is a deadly virus.
Thank you, Clerk. I would now ask each of the Board of Trustees to say whether or not this ex parte communication allowed them to pre-decide the matter before the board at this point. And so, Clerk, if you could go down the line. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Browning, do you have a question?
Oh, I was responding to your
okay
invitation.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
The email in question did not affect my opinion on the matters before this authority. My opinion on these matters will be based on the evidence presented, statements of town staff and the business owner and members of the public.
Trustee Rogan?
No, it does not.
Trustee Lowell?
No, it does not affect my opinion on this matter.
Trustee Caravas?
It does not affect my opinion on this matter.
Trustee Waugh?
Does not affect my opinion on this matter.
And Trustee Miller?
This does not affect my opinion.
Thank you. At this time, there are no further procedural motions. I will continue with the town's case for why the order summary suspension order should be granted by the authority. So tonight we're here to decide whether a summary suspension order should be granted under 6240 of the Lyons Municipal Code, which allows for a summary suspension under the state liquor licensing rules of regulations. And specifically, the town's case is that under 1 CCR 203-247, liquor license holders must comply with public health orders. And as we all know, Public Health Order 2036 is in effect. And so the town will begin its direct examination on this issue with calling Sergeant Christ.
All right, good evening. So this is kind of a first for me. So based on Councilor Dittman's request on the information that he needs or wants me to present, I will start with a timeline that occurred starting on November 19th. November 19th, Randall Yarbrough appeared in Lyons Municipal Court on an unrelated matter. He was given direct information and subsequent warning from the municipal judge, Kristen Brown, about the impending order that was to take place November 20th, Friday at 5 p.m. And that's the order that Councilor Dittman just referred to. He was also given a written advisement and basically warning to make sure that he complied with the public health order, I believe by Town Administrator Simonson via email that day. So Friday night, the 20th, Saturday, the 21st, and Sunday, the 22nd, the Boulder County Sheriff's Office received multiple complaints at the Lyons Den that social distancing was not occurring. There was patrons inside where prohibited by the public health order. We responded on all three of those occasions. We spoke with Randall on the 20th and advised Randall that he was in violation. We explained the order to him again, and we left the scene. The Sheriff Pelley had directed the Boulder County Sheriff's deputies to educate and inform as best we can in these type of public health matters. And then at some point, we would address anything that became outrageous or egregious during this pandemic. Saturday night was more the same. We went in and rewarned Randall, and he continued to not follow the orders and basically state that he didn't care about the orders and wasn't going to follow them, and it did not apply to him. On the 22nd, we received yet multiple complaints. And we went into Lyons Den, and the deputy on scene called and advised me of the third and subsequent complaint. At that point in time, I referred back to the orders of the sheriff and contacted County Attorney Dia Lindsay and District Attorney Ken Kufner. In our protocol with the sheriff's office, that was our directive, that if we felt that the public health order violations were not being followed and blatantly disregarded, that we would go through those two channels and we would just discuss the history and the facts and make a decision on whether to issue a public health warning violation. After speaking with both parties, it was clear that this was a case that we would go ahead and issue a public health order violation, which we did.
Thank you, Sergeant Chris. I have a few follow-up questions, starting with some of the documentation behind this case. First, I'd like you to identify, if you can, the following, and I apologize, this process is so difficult in Zoom, but I'd like you to identify some documents for me and whether you recognize them. In 1 second, please, while I pull those up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you see the document on your screen?
Yeah, let me just yes, I can.
Do you know what this document is?
Yes.
Is this the public health order in which the citation you mentioned earlier was given?
Yes.
And do you know the restrictions level under which we are under in Boulder County?
We are currently under red restrictions.
Do you know, generally summarizing what those restrictions are?
Generally summarizing, it's a safer at home type order, and more specifically, restaurants and taverns are to cease serving food or alcohol inside. They can serve food, I believe, up until 8 p.m., but it's only a takeout. They can continue to take out alcohol up until 10 p.m. If they have outside seating areas, they are allowed to serve food, but they have to maintain the social distancing of 6 foot, and they're requesting that tables be restricted to family members only. I also believe that the mask order is in effect for all patrons and staff during this time.
And so just to clarify, Sergeant Christ, is it the case that dining and indoor alcohol service is not permitted under the red dial of the public health order?
Correct.
Thank you. I'd like to show you another document if I can pull it up here. Do you recognize this document, Sergeant Chris?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to me the board, or excuse me, the authority, what this document is?
This is the state summons that was issued to Randall Yarbrough on the 22nd for the public health order violation, which cites statute number 25-1-114. And I believe we made an amendment to that. Actually, 516 is the more appropriate statute, and that's the amendment down below after talking with county attorney or district attorney Ken Kuffner. Both statute numbers relatively say the same thing, but the DA's office was preferring that we use the 25-1-516 order. That was issued by Deputy Jason Ryan on the date in question, on the 22nd.
Thank you, Sergeant Chris. And does the deputy work under you?
Yes, sir.
And so you have personal knowledge as to the violations that occurred under this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I'd ask that this document and the previous public health order document be entered into evidence at this point. And I have another document to share. Can you see the document on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to scroll down to the relevant part of this document. Can you describe, one, what this document is, and two, what it says?
Yeah, this is basically our in-house report of the issue, that basically explaining the issue of the summons to Randall for the public health order violation. This is what we call a Tiburon in-house report. Every case number or every criminal act requires a case number to be drawn and a report to be issued. So this is in the deputy's own words and the information and facts that he had at the time to issue the summons. It's basically an overall report.
Thank you. Could you describe some of the violations that were found in this report? And I can scroll to any piece of it if you'd like it to read it.
As far as the violations?
The violations that were cited.
Okay. Yeah, if you can scroll up to where.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, so let's see here.
So,
yeah,
direct your attention. I mean, I think you testified earlier that there were a citation or state statute for a public health violation, but what were the individual acts that led to that violation?
Service and food and alcohol inside, and people not wearing masks, and nobody social distancing, including staff and customers.
Thank you. So I'm going to now share yet another document. And I would ask that that piece of evidence be entered into the record as well by the town clerk. I guess my next question to you, Sergeant Chris, was after that initial summons, were there additional follow-up work by the Boulder County Sheriff's Office concerning the public health order violations at the Lions Den?
Not for a little bit. After the 22nd, I believe, we went right into Thanksgiving week, and it was a little bit touch and go with a lot of stuff. So we did receive, I believe, some various complaints of the public health order violation. My deputies were still directed at that time to observe and document and continue to document the issues. I did not feel that giving out a ticket for every single violation from here on forward was appropriate. But what I do understand, I just don't know the date and time that this occurred, but I believe that Boulder County Public Health actually had come in sometime during that time frame and issued a second violation of the public health order, I believe.
And at any point, was the Boulder County Sheriff's Office involved in an investigation of potential illicit activity at the Lions Den?
Not at that point, no.
Following that point?
Following that point, no, we just continue to take results. However, after the Boulder Public Health people came in and issued the violation, it came to my attention that the state was looking at this now, that had gone to a higher level. I believe they received independent complaints about the Lions Den. At least that's the information I received from state officials. And I believe that they may have also received the actual complaint and or assistance or guidance from Boulder County Public Health. That in turn launched a barrage of phone calls and information sharing between myself, my department, town staff, and the state of Colorado and the Liquor Enforcement Division. So the state had decided that enough was enough, and they were going to take kind of a lead role in this and they were going to start an investigation, is what I was told. So on December 3rd, state officials, investigators went into the Lions Den undercover and were served alcohol. They were served food. They took a report. They indicated to me that there was no mask being worn, no social distancing. They reported, I believe, 6 to 10 people in the seating area, along with the bar area of the Lions Den. They were in there for about 35 minutes and they left. Our only involvement with that was merely just knowing that they were there. I had a couple deputies standing by in case something went wrong, since they were in a undercover capacity.
And I want to show you another document that may relate to some of that, if I can. Can you see the document that's on the screen?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document? I'll scroll down to a relevant piece about what this particular report was about.
Yes, that is case number 20-5335, which is the case agency assist report that I requested Deputy Steve Kellison take during Saturday, December 5th, when the state came in to effect the summons and summary suspension of the liquor license at the Lions Den, and also subsequently seize the alcohol.
Yeah, and I will also scroll down to the piece of this concerning the next event, which I like to talk about, which is the Liquor Enforcement Division's issue of a summary suspension and seizing of the alcohol. Can you please describe what that was and how Boulder County Sheriff's was involved in it?
So once again, we were involved merely as an assist. We did not go in and serve the summary suspension or retain the alcohol or anything like that. We served mostly or entirely in a support role, along with a representative from the Colorado State Patrol. I believe I was out of town during this event, but received multiple updates during that time. I believe that there was about 6 different case agents that had come in to affect the summons and the seizure. Our role during that whole time was to keep the peace.
Thank you. And I'd like to, before requesting this to be entered into evidence, judicially notice the fact that the redactions are to protect the identities of the undercover agents that were involved in the operation. And so I would ask the clerk to enter this into the public record at this point, this exhibit. And then finally, Sergeant Chris, for you, I have one additional document I would like you to reference. I'm going to try to open that one up as well. Sergeant Chris, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe to the authority what this document is?
This is the actual report that was derived from the Liquor Enforcement Division from their investigators that was done on December 3rd, 2020, which was part of the when they went in and did the undercover observations for violations at the Lion's Den.
And can you summarize for the authority once again what the conclusions of this report were, what the undercover investigators found at the Lion's Den?
Yeah, they observed in-person indoor dining, employees not wearing mask coverings, all in violation of 2036. They were served 2 Coors Lights, a plate of food. And again, they were in the Lion's Den for about 30 to 35 minutes. They took reports and observations and added it into this document.
Thank you. And I would ask the clerk to also enter this document into the public record. At this point, Sergeant Chris, do you have anything else you would like to inform the authority?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant Chris. I have no need for your services at this point.
Thank you.
At this point, I'd like to call Town Administrator Victoria Simonson, if she's available.
I'm here.
Town Administrator Victoria Simonson, can you please state your name and address for the record? Your business address, that is.
Victoria Simonson, 432 Fifth Avenue, Lyons, Colorado.
Thank you. Victoria, I would like to ask you about the issuance of the notice of violation by Boulder County. Can you please describe this event?
I had been receiving numerous phone calls from the public regarding what they saw as violations of the public health order. So whenever we received those, we would tell them to call the Boulder County Public Health Enforcement line. And at some point, they issued this notice of violation on November 25th. I didn't receive it actually till December 3rd.
Did you request that Boulder County Public Health investigate this business due to the concerns that are being expressed to you?
I emailed at some point just saying what are the steps that a community is to take if we're getting continued public concerns about a business. And they are the ones who directed me to tell them to call the enforcement division.
Administrator Simonson, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you please explain to me what this document is and to the authority?
It after I was told that they were issued a notice of violation, I reached out to public health and asked them for a copy of the notice of violation, and they sent this to me on December 3rd.
Can you summarize what findings this violation showed from Boulder County Health?
Boulder County Public Health is indicating that the business is failing to enforce a face covering order. They were permitting dining and indoor seating while that's prohibited and only supposed to have outdoor and takeout activity. And then serving food and drinks from a bar area while patrons are seated at the bar.
And is your understanding that the owner Mr. Yarborough was given notice of this document?
Yes, I'm assuming it was delivered to him.
And was this document served prior to the State Liquor Enforcement Division issuing its summary suspension?
According to the dates, I would say that it was.
Okay. I have no further questions for you, Administrator Simonson. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'd ask the clerk that that item be entered into evidence as well. So at this point, staff has no further direct examination. If the board, the authority has any questions at this point prior for myself or for the witnesses, now would be the time to do that prior to moving on to the owner's presentation.
Are there any questions? Trustee Lowell.
Thank you. I have just one question, and it's for Sergeant.
Clerk, please. Thank you.
Okay. If Sergeant Christ is still on the line, or maybe Attorney Gitman can answer it. I just had a question about the source of the complaints. If he could characterize them as one person, multiple sources, because we know in the past with Lion's Den, there have been complaints that tended to come from one demographic. So I was wondering if he had could give us a characterization of those. I don't need names.
No, that's fine. Yes, sir. And I somebody had squelched or something at the beginning of that, but I caught the rest of it. Yes. So this was actually interesting because the demographics were widespread. We had gotten calls from people driving through.
Nobody can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Okay. I don't know what's going on because I was unmuted, but so yes, the demographics of complaints were widespread. We had out-of-town folks that were driving through, witnessing that, calling up. We had multiple residents in town. In fact, the one person that has been under the hot seat as the main complainant with the noise issues never called in once. So this was widespread, and it was individuals from a very wide range of issues, up to the point where people that were coming back from Estes Park, traveling back down, saw what was going on and thought that was you. Does that answer your question, Trustee Lowell?
Exactly. Spot on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Trustee Waugh.
I had seen in some of my research that the Liquor Enforcement Division had several stops over the weekend, and only one of those locations was the alcohol confiscated. I was actually close by to the property when the transaction was going down, or the box truck pulled up, and I'm just wondering in general why the liquor would be confiscated in one case and perhaps not in others, if you had any insight into that.
I definitely can't say anything about that. That's purely their investigation and their reasonings.
Generally speaking, the Liquor Enforcement Division confiscates alcohol in these situations when they believe there's an immediate health and public safety concern. If the business is allowed to continue having their alcohol, even their license suspended. But it was up to Liquor Enforcement Division to do that, not to the town.
Thank you. Any further questions? Applicant presentation?
Yeah, in this case, it'll be the owner's presentation. And it's just the owner, not anyone else, unless there is a licensed attorney who he wishes to represent him.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Randall Yarborough, Lions Den. Can you hear me?
There's just really bad feedback.
And so if there's a TV with the recording on, you may need to turn it down or another source of audio just so we can hear properly.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Randall Yarbrough, Lions Den. I'd like to read a statement that is very important here. First of all, I'd like to address the written copy of violation of Executive Order D 2020-138 or 136, whatever that is, and Public Health Order 2020-36 on 11/25. Town Administrator Simonson just spoke about. I was not issued a written copy. I was emailed. No written copy was delivered to me, and I did not sign for anything or receive anything. Just to have clarity there. Second of all, I need to ask a few questions for clarity. Is this a court of record? I guess that's for you, Attorney Denman.
This is not a court. This is a quasi-judicial body, liquor licensing authority.
Okay. Sheriff Chris, Town Attorney Dittman, you took an oath to uphold the Constitution and of this state, correct?
You can't call an attorney as a witness to. That's not how this works. This is a quasi-judicial body.
Okay.
I think what you're trying to do does not apply.
Okay. I'll continue.
Yep. You may speak as you wish.
By what authority do you have to trespass on my business and my unalienable rights? Show me by what authority shall you lawfully violate my rights. I have not violated anything in my original contract, and I'm not out of compliance with my licenses to do business as usual. Nowhere in my original contract does it say anything about COVID-19. Therefore, I am lawfully in compliance. I was only given verbal warning instruction for what I shall never comply. I never consented or agreed to any new unlawful provisions in my original contract and licensing. You have no lawful authority to trespass or steal my property, which is my livelihood and how I provide for my family. It is my wish that I be made whole again and receive remedy, and I request compensation for the injuries that were knowingly and willingly caused by all government agents acting outside their oath of office. I am putting all these agents to engage in this unlawful act liable, both their official private capacity and wish to be indemnified by their bonds to the fullest extent that the
You froze.
law will allow.
We can't hear you. You're frozen.
Did you hear me or did I freeze? This broadcast is terrible.
So you froze at the point where it said indemnification, I believe.
All right. Give me a second. Any agency that is following these unlawful and unconstitutional mandates, the Constitutional Law Group will present a writ of quo warranto and dissolve any agency and their co-conspirators personally liable in their private capacity and unemployed under the rule of law. I have more to read if now is the time, or I can wait.
This is your time, so you can introduce any witness or, read anything you'd like at this point.
Okay. Okay, I'll proceed. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
The state entered my private property Saturday night without a valid warrant and conducted an unlawful search and seizure of my property, thus violating my Fourth Amendment rights. The sheriff deputies were complicit in this theft and deprivation of physical property rights, in addition to my right to a livelihood. The city is now complicit by holding a public hearing, interfering in my contract between the state and myself, thus triggering 18 U.S.C. Section 241 and 242. U.S. Supreme Court ruled last week that color-coded tiers could not be used as justification for violating the Constitution and violating civil and property rights. In addition, the Michigan and California courts have decided against the orders of the governors of those states. I am holding the state liquor board, the sheriff, and the Lions Board of Trustees responsible for $10,000 a day that the state hold my personal private property. I also have a right to substantive and procedural due process. That has been denied. Should you take this action tonight? I think I froze again. You're good now, go.
Go ahead. You did freeze.
I have a right to substantive and procedural due process that has.
You're frozen again.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I will not only remain open, but I will take you to court and win, because that is what is happening around the country. You cannot take my constitutional or God-given rights from me, and I refuse to relinquish these rights to you when there is no law upholding your right to take these actions. By what authority? And the Constitution protects me from you taking those rights from me. That is all I have for now.
Thank you. Board questions?
Yeah, I need that back on. I need volume up. I can't hear.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, Mr. Yarbrough, has the Lions Den served indoor alcohol and food since November the 20th?
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Browning, could you repeat? I'm having audio.
My question is whether the Lions Den has served indoor alcohol and food since November the 20th.
Yes, we have.
And do you intend to continue to do that?
I do, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Are there any other questions? Okay, we'll open the public hearing. I would just ask the public to limit their comments. Specifically, be considerate. I think there are going to be a lot of people that are going to want to speak, and please be courteous. Thank you.
Go, Rick.
Please, your name and address for the record before you speak. Who wishes to address the Board of Trustees?
And please do not speak until the clerk or the mayor calls upon you, so we can keep it orderly.
Do you see anybody?
Yes, sir. James and Lori Goebel has her hand raised.
Excuse me, that was garbled. James?
And Lori Goebel, she's got her hand raised, sir.
James and Lori Gogol. Name and address for the record, please.
Go, Rick.
You're muted.
You're muted.
My apologies, there was one more step there. My name is Lori Goebel, 1383 Warbler Street, Loveland. In March, most everyone agreed to the 2 weeks to flatten the curve, as this virus was an unknown. Here we are 9 months later with absolutely no scientific backing, and now government officials have truly overstepped their bounds and are issuing so-called mandates and rules that only succeeded in trampling on the constitutional rights of the people. This must end. Our Colorado elected officials have sworn an oath of office to uphold and defend the constitutions of the United States and Colorado. Small towns and small businesses are the heartbeat and soul of the United States. Mayors, trustees, city councils, and others need to do their utmost to protect and defend the rights of all citizens. My health is my responsibility. Your health is your responsibility. Educating people to stay home if they have symptoms is a proper service of our health officials. If you're personally at risk, take the necessary precautions to protect yourself. No one is forcing anyone to go out or to go anywhere for that matter. I have many family members as well as friends who live in Florida. As you may or may not be aware, social distancing and masks are not being mandated there, and the infection rate is no worse per capita than any other state in our country. Unconstitutional mandates are not controlling the virus. I respectfully ask that you uphold your oath of office to the United States and Colorado constitutions and fully dismiss this matter against the Lions Den. Thank you.
Mayor, you need to unmute.
You're muted, sir.
Okay, would anybody else wish to address the board at this time?
Yes, sir. Rick Martin would like to address the court.
Rick Martin, please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, this is Richard Travis Martin, Constitutional Law Group. I'm a Texan that's traveling the United States to unveil this scamdemic that's going on.
You cut out, sir.
I don't see him on the call any longer.
Can you hear him now? Rick, go ahead. This broadcast is not allowing him to be heard. Board. My name is James Shearer. I live on 5th Street here in Lyons, Colorado. Again, I will reiterate what I said at the first hearing, which is that the Board of Trustees is basically suspending the rule of law right now. What's happening here to the Lions Den and to all small businesses is very dangerous to the future of Lyons, to the economy of Lyons, and to the Constitution of the United States. What the previous person just spoke about, honoring your oaths, especially you, Sheriff Christ, and the rest of the Boulder County Sheriff's Department, I think you should all take this very, very seriously. And I think you all need to really look at the decisions that are being made. You are putting the power into the hands of unelected officials. The Colorado Health Department does not have the power that you are giving them. And what's happening here to all small businesses in Lyons, and especially what happened to the Lions Den, that was one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen in my life. Having armed sheriffs come in here and illegally seize property of one of your citizens should be something that it should never happen again. And the Lions Den is standing up for what all small businesses in this entire nation are standing up to. What happened here is something that hasn't happened to any small business, restaurant, bar in the entire nation. And I want you guys to be very mindful and very careful about the precedent you're setting. I feel that it was a gross example of fear mongering and intimidation to scare all other restaurants and bars who are simply just trying to stay alive. The first lockdown destroyed many, many small businesses that'll never open again. It destroyed many lives, many families. It's going to put a strain on the entire Colorado economy. People cannot live on unemployment forever. And this is in your hands. And what the other person said is very important. Our health is in our hands. If people want to stay home, they can stay home. All the calls and complaints that the sheriffs were called those people have never stepped foot in this restaurant. Those people have never met Randall and Denise, who are really beautiful people. They treat everybody like family. And I really, for the people that want to wear masks and force everybody else to wear masks, I want to see what their shopping carts look like. Are they filled with, crap food and Doritos and Mountain Dew and enriched flour and high sugar? Those people are poisoning themselves every day. Their health is not anybody's responsibility but their own. And so again, I want to really warn the Board of Trustees, the Town of Lyons, the Boulder County Sheriff's Department, the government of this great state, which I am a sixth generation. My family has been in this state before it actually was a state. And so what happened here was a violation of constitutional law. It was a violation of natural law. And it was the most un-American thing I've ever seen. So you've all been warned. And I hope that you all make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Mayor, you're on mute.
Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees?
I would like to.
Please have your name and address for the record.
Is Janice Burns going or am I in?
I think it looks like Debbie's in.
Okay. I would love to speak.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Debbie Anderson. My address is 227 County Road 69 in Lyons, Colorado. I'm speaking to you as a former business owner of 10 years in this town who unfortunately lost my battle this summer from the lockdowns. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Lyons Den Restaurant and Tap House. And although this is directly about them in this setting, it's kind of part of a bigger picture in the effects of thousands of small businesses just in Colorado, let alone in the country. Nothing about what has happened to the Lyons Den over the last many months is okay. They had to fight tooth and nail to have music on their patio all summer. They invested to try and block the back of the stage to keep the noise away from the neighborhoods above. It's my understanding they were proactive with y'all and tried to work with you to get the ordinances fixed, which it appeared they thought were going to happen. That venue has been one with a giant outdoor stage and music for years before they came on the scene. I mean, I remember a giant party on the patio several years ago with a hot tub, music, and a lot of noise. That never got shut down or ticketed. This is a music town. That's what most of us around here have always loved. The music they did have on the patio was on Saturdays from 6 to 9, which seems reasonable. They, until recently, have bent over backwards, I feel, to try and conduct business and still respect this town and those that govern it. And here we are today. The businesses in this town didn't get the summer they usually count on to survive the winter. All have been trying so hard to fight through and make it work. The new lockdown's in place with only patio and curbside. While the weather's been pretty cooperative lately, it's not sustainable. There's been a group of people that have patronized Lyons Den for all of these months. We have been so grateful to have somewhere to go, support, and in turn, help our own mental states in the middle of all of this. Sincerely. Everyone has always been so respectful. The owners and staff have been so kind and engaging. I have never once felt uncomfortable, crowded, or unsafe. Their space is huge. It's really easy to naturally social distance without treating free-thinking grown adults like children. I'm not aware of one case of COVID from anyone there, staff or patron, not even the ones that are 70 plus that love to go there regularly, that aren't on Facebook, thank God. Believe me, we've all become pretty tight. We would definitely hear about it. I implore you to fight harder for all of the businesses in Lyons. Fight against the county and the state and help them. But I definitely beg you to stop your crusade against this family and their small business. They are good people, and their place has become a sanctuary for many of us. Let them try to save their business, feed their family, and keep their employees during this amazingly challenging time. We all have a choice to support whatever business we would like to. Let those of us that love the Den continue to have the same choice. And yes, I wrote this and read it, but I thank you for your time.
I would like to speak.
Mayor, you're on mute.
This is Rich Martin. Can anybody hear me?
Your name and address for the record, Thomas.
Yes, this is Thomas Maggio. Can I go on video?
You may.
The host has to enable it, I believe.
Yes.
I just want you to see who's talking to you right now. Let you know that I worked hard and sacrificed a lot to serve my community. I care about everybody here in Lyons, without a doubt. I'm a local firefighter up at Big Elk Meadows. And I don't want to make any enemies tonight. I appreciate the hard work that all of you do and what you're doing here. I have a question, and I think that this would pertain to a lot of people here tonight. Are those of us that do engage or do not engage in the social distancing, are we at risk of arrest or summons or citation ourselves? In other words, can I be arrested for not wearing a mask and being next to a friend or neighbor less than 6 feet?
During public comment for a quasi-judicial matter, it is customary and in fact the law in Colorado to receive evidence from the quasi-judicial body, but not to respond to audience
I
comment.
understand. If you do have time after your hearing to answer the question, I really would love to hear from the board maybe on this, or even just some of your personal opinions. But it would be important to know if the sheriff could come and ticket and arrest us for hanging out together. And thank you. I'm done with my comment. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Anybody else have a comment for the Board of Trustees?
If anybody can hear me, yes. I got plenty of comments.
Please state your name and address for the record.
I'd like to speak.
You may state your name and address for the record.
My name, apparently you guys are not letting a certain person comment during this time, and I would like to have a comment on this. I do not live in Lyons. My name is Lori Heller. My business address is 1939 Jessup Drive, Fort Collins. I am a small business owner, a restaurant owner in Larimer County and in Weld County. I would like to speak on behalf of the Lyons Den and all small business owners because we are being targeted and hurt right now. This is a precarious time for small business, you guys. We are used to jumping through hoops to make our customers happy, but now we have been forced to jump through hoops for our government. We have followed all the rules, taken temperatures of our employees, washed our hands, worn masks, taken down names and phone numbers of our guests for contact tracing. We've sanitized tables and sanitized our doorknobs every time a customer walks through the door, and yet we are still forced to shut down. We have been forced into a corner where there is no return. What is the end game, you guys? When does this stop? I thought it was 2 weeks to flatten the curve. What is happening to us is unprecedented. Home Depot, grocery stores, casinos, and DIA restaurants are allowed to operate while we are not. The DIA restaurants are doing indoor dining right now. Did you know at the airport right now, they are doing indoor dining? Why do they get to do that and we don't? 13,000 people walk through Walmart per day while 100 people walk through my restaurant. We have employees that we consider family that we do not want to lay off before the holidays. I beg you to look at this from the position of a business owner and not a government employee that gets their paycheck regardless of the color of the pandemic dial. We desperately need your help and support. This is absurd. That's all I have.
Thank you. Would anybody else wish to address the board at this time?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to address the board if possible.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, it is Mark Milliman, 4080 Greens Place, Longmont, unincorporated Boulder County. Would it be possible to share some screen share?
I couldn't hear you, sir.
Would it be possible to share my screen? If I could present some data.
Counselor?
Is the request to share the screen? You keep cutting out.
Yes.
I apologize. I would like to share my screen so I could present some data to the board.
Traditionally, we have not permitted that, but I think in this case, if the mayor so chooses as the presiding officer, he can do so.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. The host has disabled it right now. So if I ask the town clerk to allow
I just turned it on for you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me pull it up here. Bear with me. Let's see. Sorry. All right, I'm just going to have to share. It's not allowing me to share exactly what I want, so I'll share the whole. All right. All right. Perhaps you can see this chart up here on my desktop. This shows, I would like to address 2 points. One is, do these measures that the board may take against the Lions Den, are they necessary based on the validity of Governor Polis's executive order? And that's what I would like to attack here by sharing the data where we are looking at the amount of cases. This is data sourced from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, where I have taken and looked at the number of tests done daily and normalized that to show the true trajectory of our cases in Colorado. When you test more like we have been doing, we've ratcheted up our testing by 5-fold, you will uncover proportional amount of new cases, of which is typically shown in the CDPHE graphs. But when you normalize it against, in this case, 1,000 tests performed, you can see the true trend. Whereas when Governor Polis and Mayor Hancock came out of the press conference, we were already on a decline. By the time that executive order went into effect on that Friday, thereby placing additional restrictions on the Lions Den, we were already in decline. We have been in decline for over 4 weeks now and continuing on that downward trend. Therefore, I believe that the executive order was overreaching by the governor, which placed businesses like the Lions Den in further untenable situations for their existence. So I'd like the board to actually consider this data here and see where we were this summer, compared against where we were this summer, where indoor dining was permitted at the levels that the Lions Den was doing. So that's the first case, and I thank you for allowing me to share my screen. I will cease it now. The second point I would like to make is the fact that through Executive Order D-138, unreasonable expectations have been placed on businesses like the Lions Den to act as law enforcement. to enforce mask orders, social distancing, and other things, edicts and policies, executive orders. Again, it is not the responsibility of businesses to be law enforcement. And there also are exemptions in that executive order, which most businesses do follow. So there may have been several people that were in the Lions Den that could have actually been exempt from the executive order. So as you consider the fate of Lions Den here and all the other small businesses in the town of Lyons, they've been put in a very uncomfortable situation to comply with precocious orders by the health department, to comply with their orders, as well as to enforce executive orders that are the subject of law enforcement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees?
I would.
Your name and address for the record, sir.
My name is Fareed Abraham, 142 Kelling Drive. I'll be brief. First, we are dealing with a worldwide pandemic, and part of respecting your own health is respecting other people's health. And unless we continue to help each other out with distancing, masks, and other COVID guidelines we've given, we won't have over 2,000 deaths a day in the United States. So basically the tragic 911 event that happened 2002, we're having that happen every single day. And for people not to realize that kind of tragedy is very unfortunate. And the second thing I'd like to say is we are a nation of laws. And that's very important that we respect that we are a nation of laws, because if chaos ensues without people following the laws, it just exasperates the current problems that we're dealing with now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Madam Clerk.
This is.
I do have a couple of comments that were emailed to me.
Okay, could you read those into the record, please?
Yes, this one is from Jane McRae. This was sent Saturday, December 5th. Hello, Board of Trustees. I am writing to provide public input for Monday's meeting regarding the recent events at the Lions Den. Please shut the business down ASAP. They are an embarrassment and a stain on our community. All of the other businesses in Lyons are complying with the safety rules, and Lions Den is threatening the safety of our community. This is not a political issue. It is a public health issue, and the rules must be followed. Sadly, this article in the Times Call will attract all of the crazy COVID deniers to our town, further endangering our community. Shut them down ASAP. Thank you for doing your job and keeping our citizens safe. Sincerely, Jane McRae, 213 McConnell Court. Another one from Sally Hanley, to whom it may concern. I would like to submit a public comment for the Board of Trustees meeting scheduled for December 7th, 2020 regarding item X1, public hearing, Lions Den business license suspension or revocation. Oh, do you want me to read that for the business license? I'm sorry. I've got a couple more emails.
If it's for the business license specifically, we should hold it to that.
Yeah, that's what it says. So I will read that one later.
Okay.
I've got another one here. It says, dear elected officials, please uphold the law and shut down the den. I could hear Randall screaming at folks on Saturday. This is America. Yes, this is America. It is not Botswana or Colombia. We have elected officials in America that uphold law and order for the welfare of the citizens they serve. Enough of this divisive, self-oriented, and destructive blight on our town. Enough of the Lions Den. Signed, Sarah Moyle and Mike Cubison.
Thank you. I'm gonna close the public hearing.
I think, Mayor, before we close the public hearing, if there's anyone else who'd like to speak, I'd remind them they can raise their hand.
I would
like a moment.
Okay, excuse me. I needed to, I also need a counselor and applicant's rebuttal that I forgot. Is there anybody else
Hello.
that wishes to raise their hand to speak?
If you're on the phone, how do you raise your hand?
No, you can go ahead. Your name and address for the record.
Okay. Heather Wegner. And so I'd like to address the
Your address for the
last
record.
couple of comments. Hello?
Your address for the record, please.
Oh, I'm actually not required to give that.
Address
So
for
the last gentleman who spoke.
You are required.
I'm sorry?
You are required to give your address for the record.
Okay. P.O. Box 63, Lyons, Colorado. The last gentleman, we are a nation of laws, and that law starts with the Constitution. And your Colorado Constitution, Section 7, covers the security of person and property against searches, seizures, and warrants. And there was no warrant provided. In addition, bear with me, I've got a couple of open things and I have my time. The Supreme Court ruling, Judge Gorsuch ruled it's past time, to make plain that while the pandemic poses many grave challenges, there's no world in which the Constitution tolerates color-coded executive edicts that reopen liquor stores and bike shops, that shutter churches, synagogues, and mosques. In addition to that, the right to do business, the right to labor or earn one's livelihood in any legitimate field of industry or business is a right of property, and any unlawful or unreasonable interference with or abridgment of such right is an invasion thereof and a restriction of the liberty of the citizen as guaranteed by the Constitution. Not done yet. Okay, so what you have here is a business that needs to do business in the manner in which they're able to. People are not made to go into that establishment. They're not made to go out to the grocery store. They have the choice of whether to do that. That's what America is. The law is that you have the right to take care of your own health in the way that you see fit. The law is that he has a right to do business, and your oath is to the Constitution. It's not to people who are being very emotional and, yes, are scared to get sick, but that is for them to discuss with their doctor, take a plan of action for improving their immune system so that they can be one of the 99.9% that survive with no issues whatsoever. This is an illness that is very, very confined to who it affects and how badly it affects them. And we do have control over our immune systems. His right to do business is a constitutional right. And without businesses in business, you're not going to have any tax dollars, which means that you're not going to have a police force. You're not going to have your elected officials. You're not going to have your school teachers. All of these things, it's a cascading domino effect. So your job tonight as an oath taker is to uphold your oath to the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I would like a moment, please.
You may, sir, your name and address for the record.
Harper Lano, 125 Pyrite Way. I would like you people to understand the importance of this small business. As I said, my name was Harper, and I'm a 15-year-old who has worked at the Lion's Den through this pandemic. I've worked really hard, from washing dishes and sweeping the floors to becoming a line cook, and I really do love this place. I consider them my second family. Randall's an amazing person, and he's always there and always friendly to talk to. I would like the board to consider the economy of the Lion's Den and Lions. most importantly, the usual 10 staff that Randall has hired here at all times, and also the live music we have on Saturday. I'd like you to consider the importance of live music in this community and where these small town musicians and local artists going to find work during this pandemic. I believe it should be the people's choices and people to use their own common sense and how they would like to approach this pandemic. I think that nobody's walking in the Lions Den coughing and sneezing and running around with COVID. It's people using common sense, just trying to get away from everything that's going on in the world right now. And I really believe that it should be a person's choice for their well-being. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else wish to address the board?
Mayor, you have 3 hands up: Chaz, SS, and Gavin.
Chaz, your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, this is Chastity Bolkovats, and I live at 308 Seward Street here in Lyons. And I just actually wanted to speak up because I feel like the Town of Lyons Board of Trustees and the staff, you guys are all navigating a really difficult time right now. And I have seen some of the rhetoric on social media. I stay out of it. I don't want to add to it. But I just don't appreciate the rhetoric that is going after our town staff and our Town of Lyons Board of Trustees, saying they're going to bring lawsuits to our people that are volunteering for our community to make it a better place. And I realize the Lions Den is, and many small businesses, they're all going through a really hard time. But what I don't understand and what I want to speak up about tonight is that it's not fair to anybody right now. It's not fair to Pizza Bar. It's not fair to Mojo's. It's not fair to the Lions Fork that they closed down as well. And so what I don't appreciate is that one business is creating so much drama in our community. And I understand it's your livelihood, but I've been here 20 years and I really would like to see a little more coming together, a little more creativity with your business. What else can you do to bring people in instead of pretty much telling everybody that you're going to do whatever you want to do, despite what is happening in our world. And so I'm just saying, let's come together. If you really have an issue with what is going on, you need to go to the state of Colorado. I don't know that the Town of Lyons is going to be able to fix your problems. This is a huge issue that's happening in our nation. And so I just want to say, can we just come together? Can we come up with creative solutions as a small business? What can you offer to our community to bring us there without just totally disregarding the public health order? Thank you.
Thank you. Who were the other people that were ready to speak? Madam Administrator.
I see the initials SS and Gavin Moore.
Gavin Moore, your name and address for the record, please.
Gavin Moore. I live at 160 Fuller Placer Road in Breckenridge, Colorado.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so as a former business owner and someone that carries numerous business interests in Lyons, and I will state a happy mask wearer myself. The things that I continue to see take place, during this pandemic, and especially, in the last, 60 days, I live in a place where my friends' businesses, just like my friends in Lyons businesses, are closed down. Do not get to stay open, do not get to generate revenue. However, Breckenridge Mountain, Keystone, Copper, Walmart, Target, right? You start to name the places that are open where people can come and go as they please. They choose to wear masks outside at these ski resorts. We're doing things that are just unnatural. Again, I keep a small bubble. I follow the rules. However, if people want to congregate and spend their money somewhere, I don't feel it's the place for the board to, take that away. Now, if the county and the state want to take action, I believe that, they can continue to go down that path. But, for the board of trustees, I feel that you guys should make the right decision in supporting your local businesses. I know it's controversial, and it's not something that I actually, necessarily believe in terms of, the way they're going about this. However, I don't think it's right to, take their business away and their opportunity to support a family and support a community, right? So please put that in the record, and good luck tonight.
Thank you. Was it SS, Madam Administrator?
Yes, that's correct.
SS, your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Stacy Schoenberger, 20361 South St. Vrain Drive, Lyons, Colorado.
Thank you.
I would like to address the board. Again, many that know me, whether in the community or from the den, might be surprised at my support of the den, but if you truly look at the heart of the issue here, you wouldn't be. Just as I support civil rights of all human beings, whether that be Black Lives Matter or LGBTQ, what you're doing here and what has been done here sets a very dangerous precedent. I don't think any one of us here would be okay with the state raining down on our homes or our businesses in the manner that it was done at the Lions Den on Saturday. Our forefathers fought for our indelible rights and freedoms in this country, for all freedoms. So again, being a person who I am not ashamed to say leans left, but has some very conservative views about our country and the patriotism of our country, I want you to really think deeply about your decision this evening. I second the notion, with Chastity, that this shouldn't be a hate-based us against them situation. This should be our community coming together, supporting these business owners that have stood by us. They haven't up and left. It's hard to get a business to stick with Lions. Randall and Denise, when people say they're family, they're invested in this community. They're invested in the people, the human beings of this community, and they have been so egregiously targeted, starting with this summer with the music violation, and that was touched on briefly before. Music has been played outdoors in Lions for as long as I can remember. You all just admitted there was one sole being who repeatedly made complaint after complaint after complaint after complaint of music going on only until 9 p.m. These people were put in a situation of financial ruin, having to fight all of those citations. The same thing is happening here. I would question the Boulder County Police Department, Officer Chris, as well as the state. Please tell me, did you target every business in Boulder County and go visit them Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evening? I find that hard to believe. I find that incredibly hard to believe in all that's going on in this world, that that's what happened throughout the entire Boulder County. It did not. Same with the seizing of the alcohol. That is unprecedented, and allowing that sort of thing to happen is unconstitutional. And for the woman that just spoke previously, there are some things I agreed and some I didn't. To say, why are you causing so much drama? That is such an uneducated statement. It made me catch my breath. This isn't about drama. This is about standing up for people's rights, their livelihood, their ability to sustain themselves in this life. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments?
Whoop, whoop.
Mayor, there's someone named Troy who has his hand up.
Troy, please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Troy Waycott. I live at 63 Red Gulch here in Lyons. I've been here for 25 years and I'm pretty quiet, but this situation has warranted me to pipe up a little bit. I'd like to point out to the town board that I think you have a real opportunity here that nobody's mentioned, because the liquor license requires yours to shut it down and the state to shut it down, or either one. I'm sorry, the state's already shut it down. I would really love to see the town step in behind a local business, part of our town. Why kill them twice? The state's already got it shut down. You can just step aside and let the state fight this out. Show a little support to our local businesses. Now, the other thing I really wanted to comment on tonight is that this has been a real target on bars, and I think it's about the sin tax. You know, oh, these are bad people. They drink whiskey and they have fun. But besides that, who's looking at the hardware store, at the grocery store? And I wholeheartedly support all of these. I take all of my business there first. But when you're in the aisles of the grocery store or the gas station, when you're across the pump, we're not social distancing. There's probably more 6-foot breaches of social distancing happening at the gas pumps than there is cumulatively at the Lion's Den or any other restaurant. Personally, I think that's our decision to take that risk. And if you don't want to take that risk, don't go in there. But if you're going to go down this road, I think it's incumbent on you to do it equitably. Make sure that every business follows these rules, not just the bars, because you've got a lever in their liquor license that you can yank on. I expect equal treatment of everybody. If I'm speeding, I want to get a ticket, not because I have a blue car or a white car, but because I was speeding. If it's about social distancing, then every business needs to have the social distancing enforced, not just the ones that we can lean on their liquor licenses. And if you want to be effective in slowing down the social distancing, then lean on the county to close the trailheads. I live in between two of them, and there are more people not social distanced in those two trailheads every 3 hours than the Lion's Den ever did on their best night. That's what I'd like you guys to think about. Take a chance to step aside from this one. You don't have to take their license away. It's already done. So you've got a free pass on this one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Can you see anybody on the screen?
I am. I'm seeing Doug DRC and Janice Burns.
Doug DRC, state your name and address for the record. Doug, state your name and address for the record.
If not, the next person is Janice Burns.
Janice Burns, state your name and address for the record.
Janice Burns, 8425 Pebble Court, Wellington, Colorado. Our Constitution preamble, maybe you've heard of it before. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, to ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. These egregious actions are against this business are a direct violation of our Constitution, which protects us from government overreach. Never did I dream of seeing the day in America when opening your business would be seen as an act of rebellion against a tyrannical government. I have never seen a government work so hard to destroy businesses and take away people's livelihoods. Politicians always campaign that they're going to create jobs and reduce unemployment, but you are doing everything you can to destroy businesses, to destroy people's livelihoods. These businesses cannot expect to continue staying in business with the restrictions that have been put on them for month on end. This is completely unreasonable. And instead of spending your time, money, and energy working against the Lions Den and other small businesses and stealing their property, why don't you work for these businesses? Help them succeed. Let us, the people, decide if we feel safe eating indoors, not wearing useless masks, and needlessly distancing ourselves from other people. That is our responsibility. Our government is supposed to be of the people, by the people, and for the people, and you seem to have it all backwards about what your role is. This is still America, and we still have a constitution, even though you are ignoring it in the worst way. If you want to help your community, support these businesses. Let them open without these ridiculous communist-style restrictions, and let them succeed and provide for their employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug DRC, are you on? Doug?
Excuse me?
Doug DRC, state your name and address for the record.
If not, sir, the next person is Diana Chavez.
Diana Chavez, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Diana Chavez. My address is 1850 Princess Drive, Longmont. And gosh, I've never done this before, so I'm a little nervous. I think the big picture is that across the board for small businesses, for community members, these mandates and various things that are coming down the pipeline to us are in direct violation to our Constitution and our freedoms. Each of us as members of society have responsibilities for ourselves. And yes, we can think about our community, but we each have the obligation and the freedom and the common sense to make our decisions. And in every sense of the word, these mandates that are being passed down really feel like a violation of our freedoms. And you know, it's supposed to be the government of the people, by the people, for the people. And I don't see any of these things as doing that. We all are taught from our earliest days to be responsible, to work hard, to earn a living, provide for our families. And since March of 2020, those opportunities have been taken from many, and the small businesses are the backbone of our economy. And especially in a small community like Lyons, those small businesses are very vital to your well-being. And I think that, you know, Randy and Denise have every right as American citizens to earn a living for their family. And nobody has to go into that business if they don't feel safe, if they are afraid or whatever it is. But those of us who are just resuming life and realizing that we can't hide away from a virus with a 99+% survival rate, it is time to carry on and get back to daily life and doing those things that as Americans we've always done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments for the board?
Mayor Angelo?
Yes?
Rick Martin would like a moment to speak, but he has not been unmuted.
Okay. Rick Martin, please state your name and address for the record.
I don't think staff is not unmuting him. He seems to be having technical problems through this whole meeting.
Okay, I see Doug's name on there. Yeah.
Also, someone with the phone number ending 777.
Can you hear me, Doug? Do you want to speak now? What was that number, Administrator Simonson?
It's a number that ends in 777, has their hand up, and still this DRC number.
The number 777, please state your name and address for the record.
Is that me? If it is, I've already gone. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Thomas. Doug DRC, for the third time. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak?
Hi, this is Ian Brighton. I haven't been able to figure out how to raise my hand, so.
That's okay. Your name and address for the record, sir.
Okay. My name is Ian Brighton. I live at 322 Evans here in Lyons. I'll be real brief. I just like to point out the fact that the real enemy here is this virus. It's not people who share different beliefs. I think all of us in Lyons really rally behind local business. This is really unfortunate to see this happening in our town. You know, back in World War II, we had blackouts, and that had major impacts on morale, on people's lives, but they were necessary to prevent bombing. And the shared enemy there was the Nazis, right? And so we need to think of this COVID situation similarly. We need to come together to fight a common enemy. And so I really, you know, some of my friends are on the other side and have spoken out tonight, and I cherish the fact that they don't think the same way I do. I listen to their opinions. I hope they listen to me here. I really think I understand personal responsibility. The issue here is that folks going into establishments that aren't being safe, or not masking up, or not adhering to COVID physical distancing are putting all of us at risk. They're putting the grocers at risk, our post office workers, our gas station clerks, everyone who encounters just on a regular day, who we encounter could be exposed. And so really for me, this is about protecting everyone. I understand there's that trade-off and that personal liberty that we're asking folks to forego for a little while to get this virus under control. So I completely empathize with this restaurant. They're fighting for their business. I get it, but this is an extraordinary time where we need to come together. The vaccine is right around the corner, and I just hope we can hold on and get back to a sense of normalcy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any additional people wish to speak to the board?
Hi.
Your name and address for the record, please.
This is Melissa Molosky. I reside at 717 South Prairie Drive, Milliken, Colorado. I have Rick Martin on the phone, and he seems to be having issues. Can I please have him speak through the phone?
Yeah, I hope we can hear him. Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Okay, Rick, you had to go ahead and talk. Can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Richard Travis Martin of Texas. That should be sufficient. The price of leadership has been compromised. And I mean that to the fullest extent. Okay? Let's go back to the 56 men who pledged their lives, their fortune, 9 of them died of their wounds on the battlefield. 5 signers were captured and tortured by the British until the end of the war. The majority of the signers' wives and offspring were killed or mistreated and left penniless. 12 of the signers' homes were burnt to the ground. 7 signers lost everything they owned. Now, this is where it comes into play. With every one of you that took an oath of office, and I want you to pay close attention. Not one of those signers of the Declaration of Independence ever, and I repeat, ever, over the overwhelming odds, ever retreated from their oath of office. And that oath of office is what you sit on that bench for. Every public servant takes an oath of office. And I'm going to ask you clear and true. Are you going to defend your oath of office, or are you going to betray God and the people you supposedly defend? If you are not going to do it, retreat now, because we are coming. Did you hear me? We, the people, are coming. Law will have its final say, and it's not in your good interest to betray God, your oath, and we, the people. Did I make myself clear?
Yes, thank you.
Those that violate their oath of office for profit will suffer the wrath of God and we the people. Because I promise you, God has already figured this out. Maybe you haven't. Maybe you sold your soul to the devil. And if you have,
That's
guess
enough.
what?
That's
There's
enough.
only hell to pay.
Cut him off. I'm sorry.
Welcome to the real world, folks.
That's enough. Thank you. I haven't lost my patience very many times. Is there anybody else that wishes to address the Board of Trustees? Seeing none, Counselor. Applicant's rebuttal, you say it's optional. What does that involve, sir?
So, Mayor Angelo, because it is the staff's motion to move towards summary suspension, we as staff have the right to have the final word since it's our motion. And so I'd like to give a few words
Yes.
prior to moving on to the discussion.
Yes, sir.
So the town is moving here tonight for a temporary suspension of the license. This is not final revocation. This is a summary suspension order. And we're doing that under the town code. 6240 says that we can pursue a summary suspension under the Colorado State Liquor Code. The Colorado State Liquor Code requires that all liquor license holders comply with state public health orders. We've heard here tonight from the applicant himself that he has not complied with the state public health orders. We have seen evidence from this sergeant and also through evidence documenting the investigations of state agents and his own deputies that public health guidelines concerning social distancing, wearing masks with patrons and employees, and serving alcohol and food indoors were not followed. We believe as staff that we have proven that there is a probable cause for revocation here, and which means that we would like the town to issue a temporary suspension of the local license, not the state license, which has already been done, until a final hearing on revocation can be held. In the meantime, there will be a revocation hearing by the state, prior to that point. But what we are asking for is a temporary suspension of the local license until such time as a final hearing on revocation can be held. And staff has provided as part of the packet a suggested order effectuating that temporary suspension. There are a couple changes that staff would recommend if the board would so see it. I don't think, based on the evidence we have uncovered here today, that not all of the grounds for revocation exist, which were originally in that motion, including we have not seen evidence, based on our investigation and what has been presented here today, that alcohol and food was presented after hours. And so we'd ask those two items be removed from the order. But we think all the other grounds stand, that there was not social distancing, that there was not mask usage, and that there was food and alcohol served within the premises, which we think serves a probable cause to suspend the license temporarily until final revocation can be held. And that's the burden and the duty we are required to do under the state liquor code and under our town ordinances.
So, Counselor, in regard to closing the public hearing, we also have item 2 under the Liquor License Authority. That's also a public hearing. So do we close this public hearing in regard to the first item and then reopen it for the second item?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So if that's the case, then I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I move to temporarily suspend the local liquor license of the Lions Den until a final revocation hearing can be held.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Board discussion.
Let me first ask the town attorney something. You made reference to a proposed order, but I didn't see that in the packet under Roman numeral 10.1.
Let me pull up I saw it this morning that it was in the agenda. So if you look under order for summary suspension, it is the second PDF. There's a staff memo, and then there's also Lions Liquor Licensing Authority, Lions in order for summary suspension and notice of hearing. And I can share that on the screen as well. May the town clerk please grant me screen sharing for the purposes of showing the order.
There you go, Brandon.
Thank you.
You had suggested that some parts of it might need to be changed.
Yes, and we can walk through those right now. So this is the, oh, excuse me, that's the wrong one. That's the state's order. I apologize. There it is. All right, can you now see the Town of Lions Liquor Licensing Authority order for summary suspension and notice of hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
So this document shows the bases that staff proposes for the temporary suspension, which include violation of the state liquor code and the incorporation of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment's public health orders. This whereas clause contains that the specific findings under which the public health order was violated. And we do not believe, based on the evidence that has been given tonight, that number 1, which is operate outside the mandated business hours, or the last one, service of alcohol after the mandated business hours, have been met based on the evidence that's been uncovered here tonight. So staff would recommend that those two be dropped. As well as fail to require employees wear gloves. I don't think we've heard any evidence here tonight that was the case. However, I think the separation between tables and tables means parties under the state order which is the second one as well. Failure to require employees to wear face masks, and failure to wear patrons wear face masks, as well as service of meals and alcohol for indoor dining. Those we believe we have met the standard, which is probable cause. And so we'd ask that all of those remain as part of this order. And if I may, Mayor Prim, too, there's also, we left a blank for the hearing date for on final revocation. And the board does have a regular board meeting on the 21st, where the liquor licensing authority could meet, which would be within the 15 days as required by the statute. And so if the board chose to schedule for that day, we would fill on those dates.
Okay.
And I'll stop my screen share unless anyone has any questions about the order at this point.
Okay. The counselor, so does the does the motion have to indicate those two changes that you just mentioned? Number one.
So I think the motion could be, that we move to approve the summer suspension order as directed by the town attorney.
Okay. Okay.
If you as the board so feel that those changes are warranted.
Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to?
Yeah, with the consent of the person who seconded my motion, I'd like to withdraw my motion and restate it.
Is that okay? Is that acceptable?
I think Trustee Wah was the seconder, I think.
Trustee Wah?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Okay. I would like to move to suspend the local liquor license of the Lions Den temporarily until a hearing on potential revocation of that license can be held on December 21st, 2020. And that the proposed order submitted to the authority by council be amended to delete the items that council just discussed on the record, which are references, I believe, to operating the business hours of operation and the wearing of gloves. And if I left any out, then I would also include anything that he had mentioned on the record.
Do we have a second? Trustee Lowell seconds the motion. Board discussion? I'll make a couple of observations. I think we heard, I'll be polite, some interesting comments tonight. This is the day that President Roosevelt said we'll live in infamy. I think that the pandemic is going to definitely live in infamy. I don't understand. I haven't understood for a long time the incapability and the insensitivity of having to continually talk about the incredible amount of Americans that have died, reaching almost 300,000 as I speak. And yet, so many people are in denial. It is beyond me to comprehend that. I'm sorry. Are there any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, these are my comments. Some of them directed to the technical aspects of the proposed order, and some of them directed to comments that the public had to make. Why can't people who wish to cook on an open fire in Laverne Johnson Park in July when it's dry outside? That curtails their rights, but it's necessary to protect public safety. Why can't Oscar Blues cram 200 people into its music area downstairs? That curtails that business's rights, but it protects public safety. As to constitutional rights, the First Amendment is probably the most important constitutional right any of us have. But why can't, if we want to, why can't we shout fire in a crowded theater? Curtails our rights, but it protects public safety. So why can't the Lion's Den serve who it wants to serve at whatever times it wants to serve inside? It curtails that business's rights, but it protects the public health, because the spread of COVID in indoor areas where people congregate for long periods of time is well documented by science. State law authorizes the state public health department and county public health departments to promulgate orders to protect public health, and they've done that. As a statutory town, Lyons is obligated to abide by state law and county orders, and our oaths of office, which many people refer to as local elected public officials, are to uphold state law. Until a court of competent jurisdiction invalidates these orders promulgated under state law, our oaths of office obligate us to follow and enforce those. The evidence is very clear here. The owner admits that he has violated these state orders, and he says that he will continue to violate them. That is grounds to suspend this license, and that's what I'm going to vote to do. Thank you.
Any further comments? Trustee Wah.
Thank you. So this entire situation has been very difficult for me as a serial business owner in the town of Lyons. I've owned a restaurant and other hospitality. And COVID-19 is a terrible tragedy that's impacted people both in terms of their lives and health, their businesses, employment, housing, and a lot of things that are visible and not visible to us as people as we go around and live our lives. During the flood in 2013, we saw businesses impacted and closed down for weeks and months at a time due to no one's fault, no one's fault of their own. And the timelines were projected to be months and months and so forth. And luckily it didn't last that long, but we've seen many businesses on Main Street shutter and close due to COVID, just as we did with the flood. It's really hard to run a business. And I'll tell you from personal experience, it's really hard to run a business in Lyons, Colorado. I think many of you know the issues that we've had with state, local, as well as county government. The rules are often outrageous and arbitrary. They're often designed to protect us from ourselves and low likely events. And we have to fight every single day as a business owner, and life happens. And I'll tell you, in the last 12 years, we've had an economic crash, we've had a flood, and we've had COVID. All three once in a lifetime opportunities that local businesses in this town have had to face. We've sustained and we've rebuilt and we've grown together as a community, and our community supports businesses in the town of Lyons. Our Chamber of Commerce, our greater community have rallied to support businesses in town. Just this week, a new food truck entered and they sold out of food. I was in town this weekend Christmas shopping, and the stores, there were people in the stores, there were people shopping around town, not just from Lyons, but from other places. The Lyons Den has consistently been confrontational and hostile to any feedback or any implication that they're doing something wrong. I think most of the people that we heard from tonight in public comment that were supporting them were from outside of the town of Lyons and did not actually even live in the town of Lyons. I'm not sure if they've ever been to the restaurant, but I'll tell you that all the rhetoric that I'm seeing out there in social media and otherwise is basically, if you don't agree with the Lyons Den, you shouldn't bother coming in. You've never been in there before. you're not wanted to come in and you must be one of those crazy liberal mask wearers. So I'll tell you that they have done no service to themselves in making us want to comply or to help or to confirm or do anything else. This town is, as we heard earlier today, hundreds of thousands of dollars available to businesses through various programs, including grants. There were all types of support things going around when this first started, volunteering for plexiglass and so forth. So I take it as a personal affront when people tell me that I'm not meeting my oath of office. As Mayor Pro Tem said, our oath of office is to maintain the rule of law in this town. And the owner has said, I have violated and will continue to violate, and leaves us absolutely no choice. I applaud their efforts in trying to fight these actions and these codes that they think are outrageous. And I encourage them, and that's the way it works in our democracy, is if you don't agree with it, you build an argument, you take it to court, and you fight it. And that's what we have to do. And until that happens, we have no choice. And I will personally vote for the suspension. And I hope that there can be a better resolution. But to those who say that we all have the opportunity to take care of ourselves, I just want to remind you how many restaurant and hospitality workers have been laid off in this country. I don't think that the employees of the Lion's Den really have the choice whether or not they can quit their jobs, because they're not going to find another restaurant job. So it's not really everybody's free will and choice. It's not the free choice of the suppliers that have to come and deliver business, supplies to that business, to employees, to anybody that has to go into that business because of their job or vocation. It is not their free choice if they continue to violate these rules. So I just want to be clear, we are fulfilling our obligations and our oath of office when the owner basically is saying that he's going to continue doing whatever the hell he wants and not follow any of the existing code or law. Thank you.
Trustee Lowe.
I'm going to offer some comments here, and they're probably going to be applicable to both this hearing and to the business license hearing. So first of all, to Mr. Yarborough, some of us have supported your business. In fact, I think you recall that the town held a staff appreciation there in December of last year. Great time, packed house. But the problem is there have been a lengthy list of noise complaints this year, first of all, that we've had to deal with. The count was more than 40 a little while ago. I don't know what it is now. And because of these particular complaints, and another issue at the renewal hearing for your liquor license this summer, I recall Mayor Pro Tem Browning, in his words, warning you that you were on thin ice, but to no avail apparently, because the noise complaints continued. And most egregiously, and I'm not sure how many people are aware of this because this point is hardly ever made, we learned that the Lion's Den hadn't paid their sales tax since opening on March 19th. This in a town like Lyons that depends largely on sales tax. Yes, arrangements have been made with the state to pay it back. I know it's proceeding, but the audacity of not paying sales tax? And then at the November 19th court case, as Sergeant Chris reported, the judge apprised you that Boulder County was going to put into effect a more stringent health order. But it was ignored, apparently. I'm not interested in our town becoming a martyr against the state or county's edicts. But maybe, just maybe, if the Lion's Den had had a better record of compliance on past violations, you might have found some sympathy here. But I'm sorry, I might have been more sympathetic to your plight, but frankly, I'm out of patience.
Further comments? Trustee Miller.
I would just like to say how extremely angry I am that I'm having to sit here listening to this for a restaurant of two people who I truly enjoy. I love Randall and Denise, and it's unfortunate that we have to be in this predicament. Unfortunately, I'm also going to have to vote to keep their license suspended till further hearing, because I can't I can't condone. I was going there, I went there quite a bit. I went there several times a week, 3 times a week, 2 times a week, and patronized their business, but stopped because I was starting to feel uncomfortable about the rhetoric that was happening there. And I'm sorry that it's come down to this. And I'm really, really angry that you guys chose this path. I'm just letting you know that. I'm out of patience as well. I don't care about the noise complaints. I care about them, of course, but I think there's a solution to that. But to be blatantly thumbing your nose at the people of this community, you've alienated a lot of people, and if you think that's not going to hurt your business, then you're wrong. And I 100% agree with what Trustee Waugh said. That is absolutely the most eloquent way I could never put it as eloquent as he did. We stand for businesses, small businesses in this town. We want them to survive. This is the last place that we want to be, is right here.
Additional comments?
Trustee Rogan has her hand up.
Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues who tonight are going to be far more eloquent than I am. One person dies of COVID every 30 seconds in this country. Every 30 seconds. How many people have died while we listened to these public comments? One thing that hasn't been brought up is the fact that our other businesses are doing Olympic level gymnastics to stay afloat while they follow the rules and keep us safe. They are working so hard, and our town staff is working so hard with them and for them. And to say that we are anti-business is completely wrong. It is 100% wrong. In fact, Administrator Simonson provided Mr. Yarborough with a variance to help his business, even in the midst of the noise complaints and in the midst of discovering that he hadn't paid any sales taxes since opening. So to say that the Lion's Den is being picked on, is being bullied, is just simply not true. I'm going to be voting to continue the suspension of this liquor license.
Trustee Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you everyone that spoke. Thank you everyone for being here and my colleagues. Based on what we've heard, while I agree with everyone talking about small business and constitutional and how our politicians at the state level, at the federal government level are attacking this virus and saying this or that, we still as a board, as Mayor Pro Tem started out with, are statutorily required to follow the state rules. That's our oath. So if the state put it in place and the state officials indicate what we have to, that's what we have to do as a statutory town. Now we can change that if we become a home rule town. That makes it real complicated for a board and for town staff and for this town to get other things done. And we've chosen not to do that. So we're following that. While I'll indicate I will support the temporary suspension at this time until a full hearing can be held. It's unfortunate that I have to do that, but as Trustee Miller indicated, Mr. Yarborough, the tactics you chose kind of put us in a situation we don't have a choice. However, you also, as an owner of a business, a restaurant, may have felt you didn't have a choice either. Because I stated to this board in March and April, actually in April and May, and the previous board in March, when all this started, that no matter what happens, no restaurant with the profit margins involved can survive at 50% capacity for very long. It was inevitable that we're going to get here to this point as we went through the summer and have gone through the fall, now going through winter with more shutdowns and stricter shutdowns. So this is probably the very tip of the iceberg of small business in these front range counties, in the counties in the like Routt County and up in the mountains. This is going to continue to happen most likely. It's unfortunate, but it has to happen, and we'll see. And hopefully, I wish Mr. Yarborough and his attorneys the best of luck at the state level and challenging this on the constitutionality of what governors and legislators are doing. But it is what it is at this point. We are required as a board, as was stated, that our oath of this office is we uphold the rules of the state and the officials that make the rules we must follow, so we have to do it. So at this time, I'm suggest we go to our vote.
What a terrific Board of Trustees. There are no further comments. I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yay.
The motion passes unanimously. I'll close the public hearing. I'll open the next public hearing. Could you read item 2 under the Liquor License Authority into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is a public hearing for the Lion's Den liquor license. It is for suspension, revocation, or reinstatement of liquor license.
Counselor?
Thank you, Mayor. So as you may have guessed from the last hearing, the state believed there were issues when the town previously noticed this hearing and how it was done. So according to the state's advice, what we decided was probably best was to redo the summary suspension order, which is what we did the last agenda item, and then reset this for hearing so it could occur after the state's hearing on the state liquor license. And as I explained earlier, you need both to operate with the state and the local, and this is just for the local. And so what staff is recommending at this point, now that we have properly instituted the summary suspension, is to reschedule the revocation hearing, continue it, if you will, to the 21st in accordance with the board's actions on the previous item. And so staff will not be offering any further argument on this, other than it's necessary at this point, we believe, to effectuate the intent of the summary suspension order.
So can we move directly to a motion, Counselor?
It was noticed as a public hearing, so it does have to open.
Okay.
However, the board can limit public hearing so long as expectations are put up front.
Okay.
Given that public hearing was had.
Okay. It is a public hearing. Does anybody in the public wish to address the board?
I think the applicant does have an opportunity to address first, or the owner, because it was noticed as a public hearing.
Same process. Applicant, owner presentation. Randall, are you still on?
Yes, I'm here.
Would you like to make a statement, sir?
I have no further statements at this time, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Actually, if I could address one thing, Mayor, to address the sales tax, I know it was, quite the fiasco, but just so you know, we are current through 2020, and I do believe I have 4 to 5 more payments on 2019 to clear that up. I am current on my payments. They come out automatically. And I'm doing as instructed by the IRS. So, these jabs, that keep happening about, it's unfortunate that I didn't pay sales tax, or, the audacity not to pay sales taxes. That's getting very old. I'm doing my best to be in compliance, and with the help of the right people in place, I'm doing that. So, I understand people's animosity and people's tensions are high, but to keep getting jabbed at about sales tax is quite frankly ridiculous. I am in compliance, like I said, through 2020, and 2019 will be cleared up sooner than later. Other than that, I have no further comments. You guys do what you need to do.
Thank you. Any board questions? So I have to open the public hearing again.
Yes.
Done. Anybody in the public wish to address the Board of Trustees on this issue? Madam Clerk?
I am not seeing anyone.
Okay. I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
So I think the motion the staff would be looking for is a motion to continue the hearing to December 21st in accordance with the summary suspension order.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I move to continue the public hearing on agenda item Roman numeral 10-2 to December 21st, concurrently with the hearing that was previously scheduled for the prior agenda item.
I'll second that.
I believe it's 9-2, is it not?
Mine shows 10-2.
Oh boy, that happens all the time with me. All right.
I'm going off the public off of what was posted on the website. So.
All right, that's fine. Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Question about point of order.
Trustee Waugh has his raised hand.
Oh, it's Trustee Waugh, I didn't see it. Thank you. Trustee Waugh.
I thought we were on the business license and this motion seems to be about the other. Did I miss something?
So we need to conclude the liquor licensing authority items first and before and re-adjourn as the Board of Trustees in order to handle a business license.
Sorry, I understand.
Yep. That's all right. Any other questions? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Aye.
Trustee Rogan?
Aye.
Trustee Lowell?
Aye.
Trustee Caravas?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
And Trustee Miller?
Yay.
Motion passes unanimously. I'll close the liquor license authority and reopen the regular Board of Trustees meeting. Do we need a vote on that, Counselor?
A motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn the liquor license authority.
Correct.
Do we have that, sir? Trustee Lowell.
So moved.
A second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn the liquor license authority. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Aye.
Trustee Rogan?
Aye.
Trustee Lowell?
Aye.
Trustee Caravas?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
And Trustee Miller?
Yay.
All right, we move into the Board of Trustees regular meeting. Any action we need to take on that, Counselor?
A roll call.
Could we have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Angelo?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Also present.
Trustee Rogan?
Present.
Trustee Lowell?
Present.
Trustee Caravas?
I am here.
Trustee Waugh?
Present.
And Trustee Rogan?
Trustee Miller?
I mean, Trustee Miller, I'm sorry. You're right next to each other.
Here.
Everybody's here. Everybody's still here.
Good.
Oh boy, this is a tough agenda. I'll open the public hearing. Item 1, Madam Clerk, could you please read it into the record?
Yes, public hearing for the Lions Den Town of Lyons business license revocation.
Okay. Staff?
Thank you, Mary Angela. Once again, I'll briefly go over the procedures. They're very similar to the Liquor Licensing Authority procedures where it'll be, since it is staff's motion, my word is first. So I will give the case for the staff about why the board should consider revocation of the business license. We will enter a variety of documents which should look very similar to what you've previously seen tonight. Second, the applicant can give his presentation as to why he believes the business license should not be revoked. Third, we will have a public hearing. I will have the final word, as this is my motion, as to the case for the revocation of the business license. We will close the public hearing. We'll have a motion, a second, and discussion by the board. And so that's the process we're going to follow moving forward. At this point, I do need to re-enter the ex parte communication, since it also does apply to the business license as well. So I'd asked the clerk to put that back on screen, and then for everyone to state whether or not it affected their opinion on this matter. And if it's easier for me to put it on screen, I can do that as well. Dolores.
All right, I just opened it for you to share your screen.
Okay, thank you. Let me pull that up. So this was the email that was sent to the Board of Trustees. I would administratively notice that it was entered into the previous hearing. And I would ask whether, for each of the trustees, whether this email affected their ability to decide this matter impartially and without bias. And so, Clerk Vasquez, if you could go down the line, please.
I'm sorry, if I could do what? Oh,
I could ask each of the trustees whether or not this affected their ability to consider this measure partially or not.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
No, this email did not affect my ability to impartially consider business license matters, which I will base on the presentations and the evidence at the hearing tonight.
Trustee Rogan.
No, it does not.
Trustee Lowell.
Does not.
Trustee Carabas.
Does not.
Trustee Waugh.
It does not affect my.
Trustee Miller.
Nope.
Thank you. So with that, staff will begin its case. The business license revocation is a local only process. There is no state process like there is for the liquor license. And so it really is just whether or not, the local process, whether, we believe there should be a business license or not. Under the town of Lyons, it is unlawful to sell goods without a business license. And there's a standard under the town code for revocation of business license. And that business license in the relevant section of 61130, 61110 in part 3, specifically it says that the Board of Trustees may revoke a license for violation of any terms or conditions of the terms, for violation of the terms or provisions pertaining to his or her license or any regulation or order lawfully made relating thereto. It is staff's position that Public Health Order 0236 is a lawful order made relating to a business license. The public health order applies to all commercial businesses in the state of Colorado. As we heard earlier, and I would ask the town clerk to notice the record from the previous hearing on the Liquor License Authority for the summer suspension order. The licensee did not follow Public Health Order 2036. And is Sergeant Chris still on the line? I don't believe he is. Oh, there he is.
No, I'm here. I've been here all night.
Oh, thank you, Sergeant Chris.
You betcha. Absolutely.
Recognize that we have administratively noticed the record from the previous hearing for the summary suspension order. Can you please briefly summarize in your own words how the Lions Den, in your opinion, has violated Public Health Order 2036?
They have continued to violate the order by allowing people inside in the inside seating area, which is against the order. They are not wearing masks. They're not social distancing. They're serving food and having sit down patrons inside the restaurant numerous times. They continue to violate that through investigations and evidence on the sheriff's office part and in conjunction with the state investigators.
Thank you. And just, I know I realize we've already done this previously, but I'd like to run through a couple of documents to you and whether you recognize them and whether they're relevant to this case.
Okay.
And so I'm going to start with the first document, Exhibit 1. If you could just tell me what it is, how it's relevant to this case. So do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And is this a document, a lawful order made pursuant by the state of Colorado?
Yes, it is.
And how is this document relevant to this case?
This document is relevant to this case due to the fact that it outlines the pandemic regulations and things like that that are going on in Boulder County. Under 2036, it has moved our position into a red category, which has made some definitions in this document about the safer at home order and has put down regulations on small or restaurants and bars for what they can and can't do.
Thank you. Did your office or the town of Lyons itself ever inform the business owner of these regulations?
Yes.
Prior to their effectiveness?
Yes.
And did your office cite the business owner for violation of Public Health Order 2036?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I'm going to pull up another document. Sorry, bear with me, considering we're doing this all on Zoom. And does this document reflect that summons, a complaint that your office filed?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you. Okay. And I would ask that the clerk enter both the last document and the previous one as into the public record as exhibits for this hearing. I'm going to ask you now, Sergeant Chris, for recognizing another document that you've previously seen. But that's kind of the weird process we're in tonight. Okay. And Sergeant Chris, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And can you briefly explain what this document is?
This document is our in-house reporting Tiburon document, which is an official police report documented in our case number 20-5160. It documents the officer's actions, observations, and the evidence that he acquired prior to serving the summons to Randall on the 22nd of November.
If you would turn to the narrative, can you briefly summarize the violations that the officer reported?
Yeah, he reported that he observed at least 7 patrons in the bar area, inside seating, drinking and eating. He says that 3 individuals were sitting at a table and the other 4 were at the bar being served alcohol. Nobody was wearing a mask and nobody was social distancing.
Thank you. And I asked the clerk to enter this document as well into evidence for the public hearing. And so now I just want to ask about the state's investigation into this matter. Did the State Liquor Enforcement Division investigate the public health violations that the Boulder County Sheriff's Office also investigated?
Yes, sir.
And did the Boulder County Sheriff's Office assist in that investigation?
We just assisted as a agency assist in those investigations. The state report when the undercover investigators went in was a operation all under the state's jurisdiction and authority. The Boulder County Sheriff's Office merely acted as a reserve backup for that specific operation.
Thank you. And Sergeant Chris, does this document look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And what is this document?
This document is another in-house Tiburon report by the Boulder County Sheriff's Office under case number 20-5335. This documents our agency assist to the state of Colorado and the Liquor Enforcement Division of the DOR of the events that occurred on the 5th of December.
Okay, thank you. And I asked the clerk to enter this document evidence as well. All right. One more document for you, Sergeant Chris. Just going to pull it up. Sergeant Chris, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is this document?
This document is the report from the Liquor Enforcement Division of their undercover investigation that occurred on the 3rd of December of this year.
And can you summarize for us what this document shows in terms of the violations?
Yes, sir. It indicates that two investigators from the Liquor Enforcement Division entered into the Lion's Den, I think right around 6 o'clock, and stayed for about 35 minutes. At that time, they observed multiple violations of people eating and drinking inside the establishment. Again, no social distancing, 3 or 4 patrons at the bar, nobody wearing masks. They were then sold 2 Coors Lights, and they ordered up a plate of food and consumed all that inside the restaurant and then left.
And so can you just briefly summarize what the specific violations were under the public health order?
So under the public health order, the violations were the lack of social distancing, having patrons inside the restaurant, eating and drinking.
Thank you. And so just a couple more questions, Sergeant Chris. Is the public health order a lawful order?
Yes, it is.
And is it something that the sheriff's office enforces upon all businesses?
Our direction from the very beginning of the pandemic and the public health orders was to educate and mediate and try to resolve these situations as they came. We tried that. We did that to no avail. We were granted the opportunity, well, for lack of better terms, not granted the opportunity, but basically the directive after that was that if we as deputies see an outrageous or egregious type of violation, someone that is, or a business that is just adamantly not complying with public health orders, after some consultation with our legal advisor in the DA's office, we could go ahead and issue a summons under the public health order, which is what we did.
Is it fair to say if there was another business which also blatantly violated the public health orders in your estimation, you would also cite that business?
Absolutely.
All right, no further questions for you, Sergeant Chris. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd now like to call Town Administrator Victoria Simonson.
Yes, I'm here.
Can you state your name and business address for the record, please?
Victoria Simonson, 432 Fifth Avenue, Lyons, Colorado.
Thank you. And so I'm going to ask you once again some probably familiar questions at this point. At first, we'll probably start by identifying a document, if you will. So I'm going to pull this up. So, Mrs. Simonson, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is this document?
This is a violation of the executive public health order regarding failure to implement face coverings, indoor dining and seating, and serving food and liquor from indoors to customers at the Lion's Den.
And who issued this
This
document?
was issued by Boulder County Public Health.
And is Boulder County Health, to the best of your knowledge, an agency empowered to issue violations for public health orders?
Yes, it is.
So would you, in your experience, and would you call this a lawful order?
I would call it a lawful order.
And is it the town of Lyons' expectation that all businesses follow public health order lawful orders?
Yes, it is an expectation.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions. And so at this time, I think it's appropriate for the board to ask questions of staff presenters if they so have them.
Are there any questions that the Board of Trustees has at this time? Trustee Rogan.
Thank you. So Sergeant Christ, if you're still listening, hello.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, so the town of Lyons temporarily suspended the Lyons Den local liquor license, I believe, on November 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what is the what happens if a restaurant has their local liquor license suspended yet they still keep serving alcohol?
They can be summoned for that because it becomes a direct violation for serving alcohol without an actual license to do so.
But the Lyons Den wasn't summoned for that? If they weren't, can you tell me why?
Because at that point in time is when we started working with the state on that. There was a little bit of controversy on whether or not that there was a local ordinance for us to go in there and do it under a local ordinance. But there was nothing in there. After consultation with Councilor Dittman, we went with a state charge. So that took a few days to iron out to get the actual state charge for that, to get kind of our ducks in a row with that issue.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And if I may follow up on that briefly as well, although the town intended to file a summary suspension on the 23rd, we later learned when the state came back from vacation that they did not believe that was effective, and which is why tonight we were redoing that. Because, as you know, that the town of Lyons and pretty much every other small town in Colorado has never done this before due to the extraordinary circumstances of the pandemic.
Any further questions? Trustee Miller?
I have a question for Attorney Dittman regarding whether or not, if there's anything that, what are the implications if they decide to keep operating? If we decide to suspend their liquor license, do you know what?
So under the Lyons Municipal Code, it is unlawful to sell items that are not commodities, is according to the code, without a business license. And so every day the Lyons Den would, if hypothetically the business license were revoked, would sell something without that business license, they would be could be summoned at a municipal court for a violation, which could include fines and potentially, probably fines.
Fines, most likely daily.
Yeah.
Okay.
Daily fines, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I had the same question that Trustee Miller just asked, but I want to make sure I understand the procedure. If the Lyons Den, if the business license is suspended and they continue to do business, what is the procedure for issuing a citation? Does the sheriff's office go out and serve them with a citation to municipal court?
That is correct. Or code enforcement could also, under the general penalty provisions of the town code. However, we would recommend the sheriff's office issue that citation, which would go to municipal court. We'd probably be asking for fines as well as potentially an injunction preventing them from selling anymore, which could be judicially enforceable.
Okay, so the potential fine is that under like that general fine section of up to
Correct.
$1,000 per day? And who decides what the potential fine, what the fine is? Is that up to
The municipal judge would decide. You know, staff would have a position on what that fine should be, but it's up to the municipal judge to enforce that fine.
So when the actual citation is issued, it doesn't say $500 a day or $700 a day. It's just you're cited for violating the code, and then it's up to the judge to set it.
That's correct. So the summons that in such a situation the person would see be very similar to the summons you saw earlier as entered into evidence for the the public health order violation. It wouldn't say a fine per day. It would give you a court date. And then as part of our complaint into municipal court, we would set a fine, and then the judge would then decide as to what the fine would be, up to $1,000 a day, as you said.
And then in the same complaint, you would potentially ask for the municipal court to issue an injunction to prohibit further violations.
That's correct.
Okay.
Counselor, the term has been consistently sell liquor, but you cannot serve liquor either, can you?
Correct. Right. Even if the liquor was not sold, you cannot serve it without a license.
Okay. Okay, because I thought through the grapevine, I heard a concept of it's okay if you bring your own.
If you're, no, so and I don't think it's relevant to this discussion necessarily. This is not part of the liquor licensing authority, but that is inaccurate under Colorado State Liquor Code.
All right, thank you. So an opportunity for the applicant to respond. Randall, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here, Mayor Angelo. I have no comments.
Okay. Open the public hearing. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
I would like to address the board again if it would be allowed.
Absolutely, sir. Go right ahead. Your name and address for the
Again,
record.
my name is Mark Milliman. I live at 4080 Greens Place in Longmont, Colorado, actually in unincorporated Boulder County, and a frequent visitor of establishments in the town of Lyons. I'd like to make a statement in support of the Lions Den because I contend that they have been operating their business in compliance with the state's regulations based on the previous information I submitted. Councilor Dittman started off this by presenting the ex parte communications again regarding the impact of COVID within the town of Lyons that was devoid of any information. And he asked if the trustees, if that personally affected anybody's decisions. And of course, everybody answered no. I contend that you people really need to look into your hearts and assess whether you answered that correctly, because especially I heard this in all of your voices, that does emotionally impact you, especially in Trustee Rogan's. And that you really need to look at this from a factual point of view instead of an emotional point of view. The information that I submitted earlier clearly shows that there's not exponential growth in Lyons, Boulder County, or the state of Colorado, and that we have been in a decline, as I said previously, for 4 months. Based on that information and going along with the CDPHE's dial that they've had, we are now once again back in operating into the orange and yellow zones that we had been this summer. And based on that, the Lions Den has been operating within those guidelines for the most part on most of their accused violations. So I believe that their business license should be retained, and they should be able to operate under certain conditions potentially. Like I said, this is based on CDPHE evidence, and my background in this, I had been initially working with Boulder County Public Health and CDPHE from the beginning of the situation, working with them on some of the data, analyzing that. Now I work with them in kind of a different capacity, So I do have experience personally in this area. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees?
There's a Jesse with a hand raised, looks like.
Jesse, name and address for the record. Jesse? Anybody else, Madam Clerk?
I'm not seeing any hands raised, sir. And Jesse is not responding.
Okay. Counselor, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I would only add the legal standard in this case, which is that, the staff must prove by preponderance of the evidence that the Lions Den has violated a lawful order relating to the business license. We believe the Public Health Order 2020-36 as a lawful order given by the state until struck down by a court of competent jurisdiction. And the Lions Den has chosen not to follow 2020-36. And given that as required compliance for all commercial establishments, all business license holders and Lions, we believe grounds for revocation exist. There is no option under the Lions Municipal Code for there to be a suspension of a business license, only revocation or it stays in place. Now, there are no restrictions on reapplying for a business license. If down the line, the Lions wish to reapply for a business license after revocation, the board could consider that on its own merits at that time. But the options before the board today are revocation or leaving it in place. And we think sufficient grounds exist, given the evidence that has been uncovered here today, that there was a willful violation of the public health order, and that order is a lawful order relating to the business license. And so we would ask for revocation.
Thank you, sir. I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I move that we revoke the Lions business license of the Lions Den.
Is there a second? Trustee Miller?
I have a question. This is still temporary, right? Or they'd have to reapply for the license?
That's correct.
Correct.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Trustee Lowell?
Second.
We have a motion and a second as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Board discussion?
Trustee Wah has his hand
Trustee
raised.
Wah.
Can I ask Randall a question? Is that appropriate?
If the mayor will allow it, typically all evidence has been entered
I'll
at this
allow
point,
it.
but the mayor will.
Go ahead, Trustee Wah.
Randall, if we let you serve food, are you going to violate the health order?
Say one more time, Trustee Well, I'm sorry.
If we let you serve food, are you going to let people in the restaurant and not make them wear masks and not social distance? If we give you a chance to serve food and keep making some money, can you within the rules until you get them changed and you fight them? That's my question.
Quite frankly, sir, serving food only is, my business is already down 60%. Serving food only without liquor is going to be very difficult. I can't say at this time, mask, it's a whole different bird. I can't say that I will require a mask. Social distancing, we've done that from the beginning. I don't think anybody on this board has ever walked into my restaurant and seen the distance between tables. So at this point, I can't say that I will. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any comments by the board? Any discussion at all? Well,
Trustee Rogan has her hand raised.
oh, good. It's camouflaged again. Trustee Rogan.
Thank you, Mayor Angelo. This is tough. You know, these health orders, these laws we know that they are temporary. And we know that at some point, God willing, very soon, they will no longer be in place. And if we revoke the business license of the Lion's Den, we know for sure that they will not be in place. If we leave their license in place, there's a possibility that they could make it work. I know Mr. Yarborough says that it's not, but we've seen other businesses pivot. And I would love to see the Lion's Den follow the rules. And, I have been in there, by the way, and I have seen the distance between the tables. And you've got that gorgeous patio and the weather has been good. So, you could make this work maybe. So right now I'm really conflicted. I'm undecided.
Well, any other comments before I speak?
I'm also completely undecided. And I might abstain from this.
Okay, I find it, I don't know what the term exponential would mean, but I think going from a month of 9 and then another month of 12, and then all of a sudden, in a week, going up to 38, and I'm generalizing a little bit, and then another week going up to 48, and most importantly of all, and what I am very disconcerted about, is if you look at the chart, it says that Lions figures may be underestimated because they were not tracking them and couldn't correlate the physical addresses because so many people made out their addresses as P.O. boxes. So, if somebody told me, if I were asked tonight, in this situation, if we allowed you to stay in business, would you abide by the standards that the state has put in place? And that wasn't answered in the affirmative. I could not support that answer. I'm sorry. And so I would definitely be voting to revocate the business license as well. Any other discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yeah, I have some hesitancy to do this because the precedent of revoking a business license concerns me a little bit, because I think the standard under the code is pretty broad. I don't think it's something a board should do lightly. For example, the noise ordinance issues that came up with this business. Would I vote to revoke their business license because of that? No, I don't think I would. If we found that a local business, was violating wage laws or hours laws, would I vote to revoke their business license? No. But given what we've heard tonight, I don't think this business can be counted on to conduct, to respect local law or state law and its operations. It's has a history. I understand that they're current on their tax payout, but they did violate the tax laws. I have problems with our noise ordinance, but it is what's written now, and the municipal judges upheld it. They repeatedly violated the noise laws when they were given special permission to stay open and have outdoor music and limit their hours under our COVID proclamation order, which is another example of the town going out of its way to give the town administrator discretion to aid a local business, which she exercised to aid this business in particular. They violated that. So this is what I think is probably a rare circumstance. And it's somebody that has said on the record tonight that they have violated in the past and intend to continue to violate the state health orders. So I don't like the precedent, but I think in this particular instance, I'm going to vote to revoke the business license.
Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
No.
Trustee Waugh,
No.
and Trustee Miller.
Trustee Miller's vote?
I was going I was going to abstain, but I can't now. Am I right? I'm gonna have to.
Should be a reason if you're going to abstain, other than it's a difficult decision.
Do you have a conflict?
No. So I'm gonna vote no.
Okay, thank you. The motion passes 4-3.
May I have the clerk call the yeses, please? Who the yeses were?
Yes, the yeses were Mayor Angelo, Mayor Pro Tem Browning, Trustee Rogan, and Trustee Lowell.
Thank you.
I'll close that public hearing and open public hearing number 2. Could you read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is a public hearing for Resolution 2020-185, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an application for a development plan for 4121 Youth Highway, the Lyons Farmette.
Staff?
Trustee Waugh has his hand raised, Mayor.
Trustee Waugh.
Be possible to take a 10-minute break after being on the phone for 5 hours?
I think we can take a 10-minute break. That's fine.
Sorry, Mike and Betsy.
So the board will reconvene at 10:47 p.m. Thank you.
Trustee Miller? We'll wait another minute for Trustee Miller.
Mayor?
Yes.
Hi, I tried to public comment on the Lions Den hearing and I had some technical difficulties that I just now figured out. Is it possible to comment on that?
No, that's long gone. I'm sorry. I apologize. We're on to different matters and we can't do that.
I would ask that after you finish your different matters that you re-adjourn for the public. I have an important public comment on that I would, as our elected officials, I would appreciate. I'll be brief, brevity.
You can email your comments to the board.
I do not, I am, unlike you, I am not paid, and I would ask that you just briefly reopen the hearing for the Lions Den, let me comment, and you can close it.
The caller. At this point, all the Lions Den matters have been closed. There also additionally been audience business.
That's right.
There's other business.
Do not.
Thank
you. Thank you very much.
Do not mute.
No.
Do not mute.
Okay. Trustee Miller, can you indicate whether you're going to join us again? There you are.
I'll be right back.
Okay, good. All right.
Do not. Do not mute me.
Clerk Vasquez, could you please read public hearing number 2 into the record?
Yes, public hearing number 2, resolution 2020-185, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an application for a development plan for 4121 Ute Highway, the Lyons Farmette.
Thank you very much. Staff?
Hi, everybody. My name is Yanni Jones. I work in the Community Development Department, and I will be presenting the staff report for the Farmette Development Plan Review for your consideration tonight. I believe that the applicant, Garrison Schulte, who is the manager of the Farmette, is here with us as well tonight. Thank you for being here. So to begin with, I will go over just a little bit of context for the project and then go into the staff report. So the Farmette is a working farm and event center that is located at 4121 Ute Highway, and it is in the Commercial Eastern Corridor zoning district. So the applicant has submitted a proposal for a pre-engineered structure, a pole barn, with its primary materials being board and batten siding and metal roofing. The proposed structure is meant to replace a temporary tent structure used on the site for events. And the proposal does not include any significant landscaping or parking. And the use and occupancy of the property is not expected to change because of the proposed development. So because this proposal includes a structure, a new structure, at 2,575 square feet, it exceeds the 2,000 square foot threshold to require development plan review under Lyons Municipal Code 161720, and therefore that is why we're doing this review today. Because of the location of this property, it is subject to an additional review against the commercial and mixed use design guidelines. At their November 30th meeting, the Planning and Community Development Commission, they reviewed this item as well against both the development plan review criteria and the commercial and mixed use design guidelines. And they unanimously voted to recommend the Board of Trustees approve this development plan. So to summarize some of the referral comments that we received as part of that development plan review process, there were a couple of notes of concern as well as a couple of just general comments. So the most significant note of concern came from the Lyons Fire Protection District from Fire Chief Pischke, who noted that the hydrant that serves this property on 4115 Youth Highway would need to be raised. And he also expressed concern about the bridge being able to bear the weight of a fire truck, as well as the capability for a truck to turn around at the site of the proposed construction. The Utilities and Engineering Board also voiced a concern about whether the proposal would require additional taps for the property, and the answer to that question is no. There were additional comments from Poudre Valley REA, the electric utility, noting things like that the applicant would need to get permission from the town for them to serve the property, and that they would have to receive some load information to serve the property as well. Because this project substantially conforms to the development plan review criteria, as well as the commercial mixed use design guidelines and standards, staff recommends a conditional approval of this development plan. And those conditions are largely related to areas where this development does not fully meet the commercial and mixed use design guidelines. So I'm going to take a moment to walk you through those areas in the commercial mixed use design guidelines that are not fully met. And so you can see how those relate to the conditions of approval recommended by staff. Town Clerk Vasquez, can I please share my screen?
There you go, it should work now.
Thank you. Does not seem to be working.
Okay, try it now.
That's okay. As long as you're all following along in the staff report, I think it'll be fairly clear. So before I go into this description of these areas that this proposal has not fully met in the commercial mixed use design guidelines, I just wanted to clarify some aspects of our code related to that review. So under Lyons Municipal Code 16610C, as you can see on page 7 of that staff evaluation, should an acceptable alternative be met by the project for any of these criteria, the board is permitted to allow a waiver from those standards or guidelines. And I'd also like to point out that under 16610D, the code states that these standards and guidelines should be applied proportionally with the scope of the project as well in consideration. So if we proceed to page 9, I've indicated on the right-hand side staff comments. Anything that is not highlighted is an affirmation that the project meets those standards or guidelines. Anything that is highlighted indicate some sort of deficiency. So we'll start with the first highlights on page 9. As you see here, there are a number of aspects for these standards that are related to architecture and design that this proposal does not meet because this is a pre-engineered structure. So for example, number 7 here, this is a 1-story structure, and this standard number 7 relates to including multi-planed roofs and overhangs and arcades. And that's really more appropriate for a multi-story commercial building rather than a 1-story pole barn. Number 10 relates to the integration of local sandstone as a building material. And again, this is a pre-engineered structure. And the proposed design of this structure really does, it conforms well and is compatible with the environment of the farmette. So in this case, it might not be appropriate to include sandstone details. On page 10, that standard for under site planning and design number 1, we've just noted here that the submission requirements related to wildlife environmental impact analyses, we would suggest waiving those because of the limited scope of this project and the siting characteristics. As you can tell from the applicant submission materials, the site is relatively flat and it's mostly in an existing gravel area. So the impacts on wildlife and environment are expected to be very minimal. On page 11, similarly, in a similar sort of note, this project does not integrate natural resources on the site, but it instead is designed to fit within the built environment and the cultural landscape of the farmette. Your next note will be on page 14. Both of these items, numbers 5 and 6, under building siting and orientation, relate to the siting of buildings facing streets. Because this is an event center that is tucked back away from a road, it's not appropriate in this case to have the proposed building facing a public street. On page 16, these are a couple of items related to utilities. So number 1 under that section just notes that the submission does not specifically say that all utilities at lines should be undergrounded. And number 3, there is no indication on the plans that transformers or other devices will be screened. However, this project does not include the addition of new transformers and things like that. And generally, when you apply these design guidelines, you are only applying them to the proposed construction itself, not retroactively applying them to existing conditions. Your next item will be on page number 18. This just notes that an erosion and sediment control plan was not submitted with the original submission, and it would be a good idea to have that submitted as part of this application. And I believe the applicant today submitted that to the town, but we have not reviewed it. Next on page 19, item number K here relates to sustainable and historic drainage patterns. And this project does not integrate modern sustainable practices related to wastewater and drainage, but the project does use historic drainage patterns by directing water to the existing ditches on the site. Your next item of concern is on page 23. And this is directly related to those concerns from the fire chief, just to sort of summarize there, and conforming to all of the fire district's regulations. Your next item is on page 31. Here it just notes that primary entrances are supposed to be sheltered, and in this case they are not, because this is a pre-engineered structure. It should be noted, however, that where the primary entrances are on the west elevation, there is a shed-roofed section of the building that acts somewhat as a foyer area for those entrances. Next, on page 33, this again relates to some architectural features which are not included on this structure, such as pilasters or porticos or awnings. And again, this structure is much more compatible with the farm setting of the farmette. It includes things like farmhouse style doors or multi-light overhead garage doors and clerestory windows, which are much more in line with the setting. Number 1 under roof forms on that same page, because this is a pre-engineered building, it would be impractical to make the 60-foot roof line conform to that 50-foot recommendation there. Next, we'll proceed to page 35. These elements relate to colors and color recommendations. Both E and F sort of discuss the use of color to emphasize architectural details with color contrast. And although this proposal does not include bright colors on architectural details, the muted colors really do fit better with the existing buildings in the farmette setting. On page 36, number 2 relates to the transition from the building to the ground, and sort of making a transition area between those two things. This proposed structure does not include a transition area like a portico or terrace, but this is probably intentional because this is an event center. So having such a transition area would visually separate this building from the rest of the buildings in the complex of structures on the property. So again, number 3 on this page is related to entrances being architecturally enhanced. And that is not happening in this proposed structure, but the doors themselves are farmhouse style doors. So they do fit into the character of the larger complex. On page 37, there are a few items related to energy conservation mentioned here and water conservation. The plans proposed do not include specific measures for either of these things. And on page 46, this again just notes that screening of utility equipment is not shown on the plans. And finally, I believe it's the last one. Nope, not quite. On page 50, there are a couple of notes about lighting here. If you look at the photometric plan, you can see that there are areas of more intense light in some areas, and then an area on the southeast portion of the building, which is relatively dark. However, and the applicant confirmed this in the PCDC meeting, this was intentional to encourage patrons to stay in the more public areas and away from the more open space area to the east of the proposed structure. Page 53, excuse me, number 1 in the appendices. This again relates to the comments from the fire chief about raising the hydrant. On page number 54, number 4 here, again, is a note that utility lines are not specifically noted that they would be undergrounded. And it also notes that the electric for this property is actually PVRA. And I believe that is the final comment on the commercial mixed-use design guidelines. So I will now go back and go over the 6 recommended conditions of approval from staff. And you'll see that these are directly related to a lot of those areas. So the first 2 conditions of approval recommended by staff are related to those comments from the fire chief about raising the hydrant to the level required by the fire district, as well as verifying that the bridge can support the weight of a fire truck on the site, and that turnaround is possible as well for a fire truck with the proposed development. And both of those things would need to happen before the issuance of a building permit. Number 3, as I mentioned before, we would like the applicant to submit an erosion and sediment control plan to the town, conforming to the requirements in that section of the commercial mixed-use design guidelines. And that would again need to be submitted before the issuance of a building permit. And as I stated, I believe we have received that already. Number 4, there were, as I mentioned early on, a few requirements from Poudre Valley REA that they would need to get addressed prior to the issuance of a building permit related to the electrical service. Number 5 simply states that utilities should be undergrounded. And number 6 is related to those elements of the commercial mixed-use design guidelines related to energy and water conservation. Just suggesting that prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, the applicant should show that they have installed or energy efficient and water conserving elements, such as a low flow toilet and LED lighting. So again, staff recommends that the Board of Trustees conditionally approve this development plan with those 6 conditions. And that concludes my staff report.
Are there any board questions? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yeah, I have a couple, and perhaps I'm not sure whether these are best to staff or the applicant, so I'll kind of ask them for staff, and if, Johnny, if you need to defer to the applicant on some of them, that's fine, because I realize the report isn't something that you authorized or that you authored originally. I guess the first it's kind of a technicality, but it's not, and that is, what entity is really the applicant here? Because the application is signed by an individual, Mike Whip, as the owner, but he's not the property owner according to the Boulder County records. And I've got a concern about, because an application that anybody files for something with the town, you want them to be bound by that application and live up to whatever is represented in there. And so when you have someone who's not the actual property owner sign the application, that's a bit of a concern. Do you know why that was done, or has there been a discussion of having the actual property owner affirm that, or ratify perhaps all the application?
Thank you for asking that. I do not know the answer to that question, but I know that Garrison Schulte, who is the manager of the Farmet, has been responsible for sort of seeing this project through. So he would definitely be able to provide an answer.
Okay.
Sir?
I can just wait till he presents then. And
okay.
That's kind of the lawyer in me speaking at. I mean, when you have corporations, LLCs, partnerships, whatever, those legal entities are sometimes formed for reasons. And if you want to obligate a particular legal entity to do something, you better make sure that legal entity signed. And so I'll ask them if the actual property owner entity is willing to sign. And I guess the second is a question that, and again, I realize you probably weren't the original reviewer on this, but I guess it's somewhat of a concern and something I may suggest later another condition for, and that is this property is part of the wedding industry in Lyons. And as we talked about at the workshop hours ago, that's an important part of the Lyons economy these days. And so it somewhat concerns me that the economic impact analysis of something that's presented by as part of our wedding industry was waived essentially. Not that a barn versus a tent is going to make that much difference, but I guess my question is, why wasn't more analysis done of the economic impact that the town gets from this property as a whole?
I see. My understanding of that point is just because of the limited scope of this project, that standard was waived in this case.
Yeah, and there's kind of a mixed approach here. And on some things, we're looking at the property as a whole, and some things we're looking at just the barn. And I guess I take a more holistic view of that. And that relates to my next question: is what is the water situation here? There are 2 3/4-inch taps that were purchased as part of an annexation incentive back in 2011. But if I read the application right, there's 3 airstreams. I don't know if they're connected or not. There's 2 residences, and then 2 bathrooms are going to be added as part of this. Did the UB or the utilities director or somebody review? Oh, there's the utilities director. Yeah. Sorry to keep you up so late, Aaron. I guess one question is the water use okay? Or 2 3/4-inch taps enough for this?
Right. Yes, I would say in looking at the records, the water usage there has been less than the average residential home. I'd see no concerns. They don't they don't irrigate the landscaping is what I've been advised is part of why it is so low, but averaging 3,000 to 4,000 gallons a month. So adding 1 additional bathroom to that, which is what I was advised was in there, the only addition I thought that was going to be going on, wouldn't affect the usage, wouldn't push it to anywhere close to a concern for the 3/4-inch.
Okay. And then my other question that I think the UEB asked, but I never saw answered, is the farmette generally consists of 3 properties, 2 of which are in the town limits and 1 of which is not. Are only 2 of those properties connected to town water and the 3rd is not? And if the 3rd is not, how is water supplied to that 3rd property?
Right. I had only seen it as the 2 properties from what I could see in the records. And that shows 2 individual taps, one for the property in front, 15, and one for the property in the back, 21 or 27. So I wasn't aware there was a 3rd property. Yeah. And those 2 have individual ones. And that was part of why I had asked to see where the meters were, because the original drawing did not have the meters shown on it. But then the second drawing they came back, they did show how the lines all lay out for those 2 properties.
Well, I can ask the applicant later how that 3rd property is served with water. Maybe it has its own well. I don't know. Another area that kind of caught my attention was on page 2 of the original application. There's a question that's standard in the form that says, is the property a gateway or adjacent to a gateway designated in the comp plan on page 87? And the answer is no. Well, I guess the question is, did anybody look at page 87 of the comp plan? Because if you look at it, you'll see a big blue star designating this as an iconic gateway, and it's practically on top of this property. So, and if it's a gateway, there's certain additional design or enhancement elements that are supposed to come into it. So I guess did anybody look at that? Because it looks like to me it's not only a gateway, it's designated with the big blue stars, an iconic gateway.
Yes, we did look at that, and that may have been a mistake. This is Development Director Glasgow, that it said no. When we reviewed it, because the development was not out by the highway itself, we didn't consider improvements accordingly.
Okay. I mean, but the property is by the highway. I mean, obviously.
The property is, that's correct. If the improvements were out by the highway, we would consider the ramifications for that improvement. So when we looked at this, because it was tucked back away, not truly visible from that location, we didn't consider it as impacting the gateway with this development.
Another question is, how are the permit fees determined on this? It was really hard for me to figure that out. The number didn't seem to match the size of the property.
There's a calculation in the fee schedule. I do not have that before me. I believe the application fee was 500. But I'm not prepared to answer that question right now.
Well, the code says that it makes reference to the fees are supposed to cover the time of the town attorney, town engineer, town administrator. There's also reference to planning. So how does the town go about on something like this, determining how much of all those either contractor or in-house employees, how their time is covered by the fee?
So there's an invoice from the town attorney and from the engineer. Typically, the application fee does cover the planning involvement. And if we go above and beyond that, we bill against our time.
Surely there's been more than $500 of time spent on this.
I don't believe so. We're fairly quick in our review.
I thought this had been pending for many months. And how did somebody do a 55-page review? I spent a lot of time on it. I don't understand. I mean, the concept was that anytime an attorney or an engineer or a planner or the town administrator spent on this was supposed to be compensated.
And that is that with the town attorney, there are invoices, and the engineer, there are invoices. With the planning staff, we typically spend about that application fee on it, and if we go above and beyond. In this case, I don't believe it was above and beyond, but we can go back and look at it.
I mean, do you keep hours on things like this as planning staff?
We have a spreadsheet with which we do when we go over what was accommodated in the application fee.
Well, I guess I don't understand how the code is applied in this situation. If time of internal and outside contract professionals is supposed to be covered.
The time for
I don't understand how you're applying that.
There are invoices that are submitted for engineering and attorneys. Maybe I don't understand the question, but we review fairly quickly with that document and negate what we don't have to look at, and above and beyond that, we will bill against it if we believe we've gone above.
I would also like to note that on the fee agreement page of the land use application, the listed escrow amount is incorrect, but the deputy town clerk did verify that the check amount was correct.
Okay, I just is this, Paul, is this the first substantial design review under the commercial design standards for the Eastern Quarter that has been done since those things got adopted?
No, there was one with the library. In that case, the town waived a lot of the fees associated with the development.
Is this the first commercial one though? Well, I think we did it to some degree with the Public Works building as well, but.
And that was our own building
Right.
in that case.
I'm just kind of concerned about the precedent. And it's not a big deal for this development. This is one 2,000 foot building. But before some big development application comes through in the Eastern Quarter, I think a close look needs to be taken about is all the time, not just of the attorneys and the town engineer covered by the fee, but all the internal. There's no way that this got done real quickly with a review this comprehensive that's been sitting there for months. And as we know at budget time, staff time is real money. We spend a lot of real money on staff time. And if we're using staff time to review development projects and the applicant is not paying for that staff time, then the taxpayers are paying for that staff time. And so I have a real question about how those fees are calculated. And this is not a huge project, but I think we need to answer that question before we get a huge project. And I didn't see it addressed, and I'm not sure it's been properly addressed here. And I had some other things, but it's late and I don't want to get into them. There's one place in here where there's some of the commercial design guidelines are dismissed because it says this parcel is less than half an acre, but it's not. It's 2.75 acres. And I'll have some comments to make later about how those design guidelines apply to a project like this. But I guess those are my questions for now, and I'll ask a couple more of the applicant.
Any other board questions? Trustee Rogan.
Sorry, I clicked the wrong button there. In terms of the utility undergrounding, are the utilities undergrounded now in the existing building?
The water and wastewater are underground. That's mostly probably referring to the electric. And
Yeah.
the electric was not a comment by us because we don't provide the electric. It's Poudre Valley. So Poudre Valley did not specifically request it be undergrounded, but our standards would be to underground any new development, any new connections to our electric would be to underground. So that's why that was added. Their current electric, I believe, is all above ground. I haven't gone out to verify again since it wasn't our electric.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none. Applicant presentation.
You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
There you
Yes.
go. Yes, sir.
Thanks, you guys. Well, I realize it's pretty late, so I'll try to make this brief. I actually haven't been up this late in a while, so we try to keep farm hours here. I just wanted to say thanks to Paul and Rayana, especially for helping push this through. Those guys have been really great through this whole project. And I'm also speaking on behalf of Mike Whip and Betsy Burton, who are tuned in right now. But they've commissioned me to take the reins on this project. So here we go. We've passed our planning commission meeting. They voted unanimously. And it's just the last thing I think we need to get approved before we take care of those last items to get our building permit. And many of those we've already taken care of. So there's just a few things to fall into line. But I think the biggest point I'd like to drive home is that this barn is for our wedding business. And the main reason we would like to upgrade from our current system of using a big sailcloth tent on the property is that it's a safety aspect, and just having a good covered roof over your head when there's rain and inclement weather is just a big advantage for our business and keeping our guests safe. And it also adds to the long-term sustainability aspect, so we can just continue doing this. I think I'll try to address some of those questions. I tried to write some notes while you guys were asking them. So the first one was the ownership of the properties. So we did submit a title report for the property ownership. And on the title report, you'll see that it says WIP Property Holdings, LLC. So that's Mike Whip is the owner of that LLC, and his wife, Betsy Burton, owns another half of the LLC. So between the married owners of the farmette, the land is solely owned by them. And then we can definitely provide any document, any evidence we need to back that up. The economic impact analysis, in my opinion, wouldn't be necessary for this kind of a project, because we're not actually trying to change the use of the property or the nature of our business. We're not increasing the amount of weddings we're doing, nor are we charging necessarily more money for those weddings, at least in the short term. What we're mainly trying to do is upgrade a structure from a tent to a covered building so we can have safer, more sustainable events. So in my opinion, that is why that was probably waived. But I just wanted to kind of drive that home. The water use, I think Aaron already commented that he thinks it would be totally adequate, since the 4121 Ute Highway tap, which is the one that would be serving this project, is currently only serving one residence and one building, which has a small bathroom and a sink that we use for staging during weddings. And not a whole lot of use. We'd be tapping off of that same water source with the 3/4 inch tap. And then the third property that makes up the farmette, to touch on that really quick. So that property is actually in unincorporated Boulder County. We typically just use that for overflow parking during events. It's not really a primary event area. In fact, my house is located on that property, so it's basically a residence, and it has a domestic well and no city water tap whatsoever. So it's served and fully self-sustained by its own domestic well. So I don't think that needs to be a contributing factor. As far as the utilities being undergrounded to the project, currently the only utility that we need to be looking at that for, since the water and sewer are already undergrounded, would be the electric. And the situation as of now is we've got a transformer that's Poudre Valley REA that serves the residency. The transformer is located on a power pole behind the home, and there is undergrounded electric already serving the home and a few sub panels within the area. One of these sub panels is where we would actually be pulling power from, and it would be undergrounded until obviously you need to have a sub panel on the back of the building. So there wouldn't be any above ground utilities in the project at all. A couple other notes I just wanted to clarify for the board would be that this structure is largely unheated, except for the bathroom, which makes up a small corner of the building. Obviously, wherever there's water, it's a good idea to have some sort of space heater. We don't have to do that. We could have a seasonal approach where we actually winterize the bathrooms, but I think for all practical purposes, that would be the only heated part of the building, which sort of, in my opinion, would make the energy efficiency of the structure quite different if you're not trying to apply heat into it. It's a seasonal use and would probably be used for storage in the off season. Other than that, we've already gotten the directive to use low flow water fixtures and energy conserving light bulbs in order to get our occupancy permit once it's built. So overall, I would just say this is a really well studied project for what is actually a really simple structure that lies entirely within a private event center. It's not visible from the highway or any other roads. So the impact is much less, and we've spent a pretty sizable amount of money just getting to this point. And I think we're just excited to move on with it. So thank you guys for your time. And if you have any questions, just let me know.
Any questions for the Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Thank you for answering the question about the water supply. I appreciate that information. I guess to make it quite simple, would Whip Property Holdings LLC be willing to ratify or otherwise agree to the commitments that the people that Mr. Whip individually agreed to in signing the application?
I can speak on his behalf. I don't know if he's going to be able to tune in with the microphone or not tonight, but he did just message me and say that, you know, obviously with Property Holdings and Mike is willing to do whatever's needed to ratify that, to make sure that he's fully accountable.
Yeah. My concern is just that the property owner should be on the line and on the documents along with the owner, because there are different considerations for legal entities. So if he's willing to do that, that's great. And thirdly, this kind of relates to the economic impact. Would the owner of the property or the operator of the property be willing to cooperate with the town and to some degree to help keep track of the taxable sales that are done in connection with weddings there? I know wedding services themselves aren't taxable, but there are a lot of vendors connected with weddings, not just at this venue, but others in Lyons that, for example, florist services, equipment rental, food, drink, those are all subject to sales tax. And it's hard for the town to keep track of all of the out-of-town vendors. Are they sort of the same question I asked much earlier tonight with respect to the food trucks in town? Do all those vendors have business licenses in Lyons? And how can the town be sure that they're all paying sales taxes in Lyons? Is there anything that the farm either does now or would be willing to do, like keep an active list of vendors providing taxable services so that the town can check on their licensing and tax paying situations?
I think we could definitely provide something for you guys.
Yeah, I don't want to try to make it too onerous, but it would really help if just, once or twice a year, the format could say, these are the list of vendors we currently use. And we've told them, basically work with the town in making sure that they have business licenses in town and are reporting their sales taxes, because it does have some big economic impact to the town.
Sure. I'd be willing to do that, and we do keep full records of every vendor that comes onto the property. Oh, no. So it wouldn't be a task.
And Mike and Betsy have been in business in this town a long time, and if they're willing to sit down with town staff and work something out that's acceptable, that's satisfactory to me. And no further questions.
Are there any other questions? Where are you? Because it's of great concern to me, because I know that it can be expensive maybe, or just hard to comply with. Where are you in regard to the fire department? In regard to the bridge, the turnaround,
So the fire department issue is one of the only outstanding ones we have in order to receive the permit still. I would say we're 2 out of 3 on Steve Pischke's checklist from what he wants to see from us. We've approved our turnaround with him verbally. We still need to get a letterhead from the fire department. We've approved the turnaround. We've gotten a structural engineer to study and certify the weight rating on our bridge. And Steve has seen that, and so he'll sign off on that. And we're working right now with the town on upgrading the height of the fire hydrant that's located in the CDOT right-of-way outside of our driveway. And that is a little more complicated because of floodplain development permit and CDOT utility permits, but that's in the works. So that's kind of the last aspect before we can get an actual letter from the fire department back to you guys.
Okay. Thank you very much for addressing all 3 of those.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions? If not, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anybody from the public that wishes to address the board on this issue tonight? Everybody's tired. Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Hello. Hello, I would like to speak.
Do you want to speak on the issue of the format?
I do.
Okay. Your name and address for the record, please.
Barbara, and I have no physical address. And I don't know if it was a director or a trustee who spoke. It was a man regarding, there was a dialogue about fees and whether they were being recouped by, was the farm paying them or were the taxpayers paying them? And I appreciated that accountability seeking. Who asked that question? Which trustee? Okay, so you're non-responsive. I'm giving you a compliment. I don't understand that at all. And I also want to thank the farm operator. This is a great interaction between our government officials and a small local business. And what I would ask you is, if you're going to be asking a small business owner in the form of a farm doing weddings to do kind of policing by giving you names of vendors, I would ask that you reduce the burden on them in some other way. It's like our elected officials are all catering to the big boxes and screwing our small businesses, to put it in plain English, of which this business is one. And I think maybe it's been there quite a while. I'm not for sure. If you're going to ask him to be the police for you on who the vendors are so you can get funded, right? You need to reduce the burden equally on him in some way, because we are really tired of our small businesses getting pinched and screwed while the big boxes, you're like in bed with them. I don't know so much about the town of Lyons, but all over the place, and it has to stop. So if you're going to ask him to be police, then reciprocate.
That's enough.
No, it's not enough. And I will.
This is in regard to the farm ad. It's the same lady. I'm sorry that I listened to that much of it, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. Would anybody else address the Board of Trustees at this time? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2020-185 in Town of Lyons to approve the application for development plan at 4121 Ute Highway.
Do we have a second? We have a second?
Second.
Okay. Board discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
It's 11:41, so my discussion will be, I'll try to keep it as brief as I can. Briefer than it probably would be at an earlier hour, but the commercial guidelines for the Eastern Corridor that resulted in a 55-page memo to the board have been problematic since they were passed. I think as Director Glasgow said, this is the first time they've been actually applied to a commercial project since they were adopted back in, actually, I think before the flood in 2013. And there are a lot of things in this particular review that show why those guidelines are far, far too complicated. A 2,000-foot pole barn like this was never really the kind of thing that those were meant to apply to. It shouldn't take this long and be this complicated a review to go through. I'm curious as to what the amount of time staff spent on this is and the cost to the taxpayers. I think that's a legitimate issue. And just like we revised the development plan review process after the first time it was really implemented with respect to the Summit housing, I think there's some aspects of it. There's got to be a better way to do it than to go through this type of review with all the things that the staff has to say. This probably doesn't fit the guidelines, but this doesn't fit the guidelines, but there are a number of things in here that were fudged so that you didn't have to actually discuss the type of the guidelines. At one point, it was stated, oh, we don't have to discuss impervious cover limits because this parcel is less than half an acre, but it's not. It's 2.75 acres. There's another one where something wasn't discussed because supposedly this project doesn't incorporate active commercial uses. Well, of course it does. Drive by there any summer weekend and there's a lot of commercial use going on. So these guidelines are a problem. The EDC said it was a problem when the PCDC and the board did it back in 2013. And the review for this project was too complicated and took too long, and I think cost a lot of staff time, although there doesn't seem to have been a good estimate of what staff time was actually spent on it. I'm in favor of this. This business is beneficial to the town. I compliment the applicant for being willing to work with the town and kind of help us to measure the economic impact on this in terms of sales taxes and give the town the tools it needs to do that investigation. And I support this.
Any other comments? Discussion items? Trustee Rogan.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for hanging in with us tonight. I know it's late. I fully support this. I love the farmette, especially love your Japanese turnips at the farm stand this summer. And have been to a wedding there where it got super windy in that tent. And I think this is terrific. I think it's going to be great for the town, and I wish you guys all the best.
Any further comments? Trustee Watt.
I'd like to echo that I support this project. And I'd also like to say that this is the largest commercial development that has occurred in this town as long as I've lived here in terms of square footage. It is a pre-engineered building that took many, many months to get approved, which I think is ridiculous. And I also don't agree that Mayor Pro Tem is trying to add other business requirements that have nothing to do with the actual implementation of this building to a business. I think this is where we get ourselves into trouble, is we try to, let's just put everything else on a business that we can when we try to develop something in this town. And I think I was hoping that Mr. Kavanaugh would still be on the line. Maybe he is. But, you know, this is the kind of things where we're all the way there, we've got it approved, and then we're going to nibble a little bit of things that really I don't feel have direct impact or direct tie into the specific building, because it's an opportunity where somebody needs something. So we're going to try to squeeze something else out of them. So I disagree with that request. I don't think it has anything to do with this specific building. The revenue and impact is cost saving for the applicant, and perhaps more weddings, but it's, I applaud the development, and I just think that we need to stick to our knitting sometimes and stay and not put additional requirements on businesses when they're just trying to build a building and cut costs and make their property safer and more attractive to their customers.
Thank you. Additional comments? Well, living next to the farm, I think that this is a phenomenal development. I think it'll improve the property. I think the lighting for the whole neighborhood will be cut down. I think that the sound will be cut down. And I think that everybody is going to enjoy the venue a little bit more. And I wish everybody, Mike and Betsy and their representative tonight, all the best. I'm sorry that the process is such that a pole barn took this long to get approved. Any other comments?
I'm just going to concur with that statement and with Trustee Wah's statement as well. So I think we should vote on this. It's almost 12.
Any further comment?
Mr. Glasgow does.
Mr. Glasgow.
Sure. I just wanted to address the timing and the fee with relation to staff time and the half acre comment. While the parcel is greater than a half acre, the development site itself is under a half acre. So that's why we considered this being under a half acre. Typically what the town charges for staff time is around $30 an hour. And so at $500 application fee, that's about 2 days of staff time. The time for review, the requirement for referrals is 28 business days. And that's why this takes so long, is we send out referrals to the referral agencies, they review it, and then we work with the applicant on addressing those. And in this case, it was fire. That it required a number of reviews with fire. And so I do believe the the application fee covered that 2 days of staff time. And it wasn't 3 months of review. It was very pointed times where we actually looked at this application. And that is due to mostly the referral period and the amount of time it takes to publish a meeting, as opposed to 3 months of working time with the staff. So I just wanted to address those comments before we adjourn.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, we have a motion and a second. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo?
Wait a second. Wait a second. Do I have to close the public hearing to vote?
It was already closed, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm tired.
That's okay.
I'll admit it. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
All right, Mayor Angelo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Aye.
Trustee Rogan?
Aye.
Trustee Lowell?
Aye.
Trustee Caravas?
Aye.
Trustee Wah?
Aye.
And Trustee Miller?
Yay.
Resolution 2020-185 passes unanimously. Congratulations. Item 3, under public hearings, would you read it into the record, Madam Clerk?
I would like to make a move to postpone this to the next meeting This has been going on for months. This parking enforcement, we are going to be here all night if we keep this up. I make a motion to postpone this to a date certain of
Second.
December, what, 15? Where are we? December
21st.
21st?
I don't know where we are. The 21st. That's a big agenda already, but
I mean,
fine. That's fine. We have a motion.
or the 20 or the January. I mean, is it that big of a deal? We get this January 5th. What's the next one?
The 4th.
4th?
Yep.
To January 4th.
That's a summit, but that's okay.
Just a development agreement, though.
Yeah, that's all right. We can do it on the 4th if you want. Is that your motion?
Yep.
Date certain for the 4th. Trustee Y, you still second?
I did.
Oh, Trustee
Trustee
Lowell,
Lowell,
excuse me. I'll call for the vote.
Is there any discussion before we?
Go ahead, sir.
Any discussion? Just make sure.
Oh, okay. Discussion.
All right, now you can proceed. I just want to make sure we didn't cut anybody off.
No, okay. I apologize if I didn't mean to. Like I said, I'll repeat. I'm very tired. I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Miller.
Yay.
Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2020-186, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Kumar Associates Incorporated for the Lyons High Street Stormwater Materials Testing Project. Item 2 is resolution 2020-187, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Roxall Consulting Group Incorporated for construction management for the Second Avenue Bridge Replacement Program. This item was continued to the December 21st, 2020 meeting. Item 3 is resolution 2020-188, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the 12th Amendment to the construction agreement with Walsh Construction Incorporated for Bone Park Phase 2. And item 4 is resolution 2020-189, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Town of Lyons and the City of Longmont for the development of a subterranean pump station. This item was also continued to the December 21st, 2020 Board of Trustees meeting. Next is the December accounts payable, then the November 16th, 2020 Board of Trustees meeting minutes, the November 24th, 2020 Special Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
Is there anybody that wishes to pull any of these items from the consent agenda? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I just want to note that items 2 and 4 will be continued to the next meeting, so everyone's clear on that.
Item number 4 is to be continued.
The IGA with Longmont, yes. Longmont contacted us today saying they had additional edits to make.
Okay. All right. As stated by council, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yay.
Consent agenda passes unanimously. Do we want to postpone the general business item as well? Madam Administrator?
It has, it's really fairly quick
Okay.
and no further action is recommended. So
Okay.
this was really another item that was in regard to Lion's Den. If the board recalls, it was brought up that there was potential of someone that is living above the restaurant in a small unit. So we did have Chief Pishke and our code compliance officer did go visit the site. They met with Mr. Yarborough, who cooperated with showing them the unit. They did give a description of the facilities up there and reported that they did not find any evidence of people living there. And in talking with them, the owner did explain that because they live out of town, that occasionally they do sleep there when it's late at night or the weather's bad to drive back home. So they were just informed, reminded actually, because they were told when they started leasing the facility that was not approved for residential dwelling. It would need to be brought up to fire code. And so they were once again just reminded that they should not be staying there, nor should they be allowing others to. So at this point, we don't feel there's any further action needed. And if that activity would continue on a regular basis outside of emergency conditions, we would follow up with them.
Any questions for Administrator Simonson? Seeing none, discussion of future agenda items. Would anybody like to place a future agenda item? Summary of action items.
I've got, we need to continue the first reading of ordinance 1092 to the January 4th meeting. And the two consent agenda items that are continued to the December 21st, 2020 meeting.
And then we're also going to do a follow-up on code enforcement issues involving 427 Park and for, I can't remember the address, 341 4th.
No, it was the McCann property, whatever that address is.
Yeah, that's the 4th Avenue one. I think that's all I had as well. Oh, wait a minute. I do have a couple more. Sorry, I had lots of notes tonight. Shoot, I just lost track of where I put it. Oh, shoot.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you ever hand raised?
Oh, food truck business licenses and sales tax being paid and what procedures are going to be in place to ensure that. And then the mayor had brought up the Citizen Action Committee for CMAX, which we really didn't talk about. Maybe that could be a future agenda item.
That would be fine.
Okay. And that's all I had.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
This meeting is adjourned. Brandon, you did a terrific job tonight. Thank you very much.
To stop you before comments, I think we do need a vote on that motion to adjourn. We need a second and a vote.
Trustee Rogan seconded that.
Okay. So we need a vote to adjourn.
Some discussion on the adjournment, please.
I want to get you. Could we have a vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Aye.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Trustee Lowell.
Yes.
Trustee Caravis.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
No.
And Trustee Miller.
Good night, everybody.
This meeting
Good
is
night.
adjourned.
Take
Thanks, everybody.
care.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
for the praise, Mayor Angelo.
You did a great job, Brandon.
Thanks.
That was hard.